Well, let's see how this goes. Wait a minute for people to come in. I don't do these very often. Okay. We'll give it 10, 15 minutes, see if anybody comes in. I see 2 people in here. I don't see anybody talking yet. Mic check. Check, check. Maybe Saturday nights are a bad night to do these. I don't know. 3 people in here. Welcome in if you're coming in. The link is posted at the top. Showing 3 people in here. Let's see. You guys hear me okay? I'll be right back. Oh, okay, I'm back. And nobody is here yet. Let's see here. Give it a few more minutes, see if anybody comes in. Oh, we got a guest.
sounded a little dejected. Nobody was even talking to you.
Oh no, I ain't done these in a while. I wasn't even sure if anybody'd come in or not. Thanks for coming though.
No, you're welcome. You just got started, so sometimes I don't get anybody in mind till I don't know, half an hour, 45 minutes in before anybody shows up.
Yeah, I was gonna go to the top of the hour and just see if anybody came on. I haven't done one of these in a while, and just doing one just to see if I remember how to do one.
Yeah.
Everybody's probably really surprised I'm having one.
I never even checked to see if it showed up in the thing. It come in the big recommendations.
Oh yeah. How was your day? I don't know. I don't think I stopped by yours today. I was out on the water today.
Never had one today.
You didn't have one today.
Oh, my niece stopped by, so I spent all day talking to her.
Oh, that's good.
She's coming by again tomorrow.
Nothing wrong with that.
You know, bought me supper. She bought me breakfast. She bought me lunch for tomorrow. She bought me supper for tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I said I'm gonna order pizza, and when I ordered it, I ordered some garlic ribs because I haven't had any of those in a long, long fucking time. And she paid for it when I got here. I said, "Hey, I ordered it. I should be the one paying."
Right.
But no.
I'll show you a couple things I found out while I was fishing today. You'll probably know what they are. Let's see here. 1 second. Okay.
Geez, I knew my niece was a little tough, but she told me tonight that she slapped 5 cops.
Oh yeah. Hey, Iowa Trapper. Thanks for coming in, man. Well, here you go, Myron. See, can you see that?
Yeah.
You know what they are?
No.
Those are mushrooms pulled out of the woods today.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, now I sort of see that they're mushrooms, yeah. It's not
Pretty
something
cool
it's not something I get to see every day either.
No, they're just kind of a springtime thing.
You got Barb here.
Hey, Barb. What's going on? Thanks for coming in, guys. Indeed, they are nice. Not really that many, but I'll get a taste of them tomorrow.
If they're not moral mushrooms, would you call them immoral mushrooms, Barb?
Yeah, you could say that. You could. How are we doing tonight, everyone?
stuff. I ate the
Yeah, I
most.
got out on the water today. About like 1 or 2. It was really, really windy. I got blown around a lot. What's that?
Oh, you asked me what's up? My niece was here and she reminded me of the time I took her and her sister and her brother fishing. They were about 9, 10, and 11. And there was white caps out on the fucking lake. Oh, family show. Ignore that one. Uh, we went out fishing. We stayed out there until all three of them were seasick. And then I had to go in. But there was nobody else out on the lake at all that day. We were the only ones that went out. And we caught lots of fish. Went
Cool.
out to, went out to deeper waters, like usually you fish in maybe 6, 8, 10 feet of water. Went out to the 20-foot level. Was just raking them in. And even had a northern pike come up and swallow a 17 or an 18-inch pickerel.
Uh-huh.
The whole thing. And I was pulling up the chain that I had pickerel on, and the pike was on it. And when his nose hit surface water, he opened his mouth and slid out. Or she, I don't know what.
Huh.
Yeah, that was pretty neat.
That's cool. I haven't caught a pike this year yet. Had one bite me off the other day. Man, if you don't use like steel leader, you're in trouble. It seems like anymore.
Oh, that's
Seems
all
like I used to.
That's all I ever used for pike.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's just so much easier.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Pike one day they'll go for a red devil. The next day they might like 5 of diamonds, either yellow or red. You know, so it's just easier to hook that thing and clip it than trying to tie one every time and then casting it out. Because, like you say, they do bite it off too. They got sharp teeth. I've been bit by them.
Hey, Little Ridge. Barb, if you've never tried a morel mushroom, it's really hard for me to explain the flavor, but it's very rich. It tastes like a mushroom in a lot of ways, but just way better, if that makes any sense. Really rich. They call them chicken. Well, they don't call them chicken of the woods, but the chicken of the woods is a different kind of mushroom. But they have a chickeny flavor to them. Some people might say it's chicken mushroom had a baby-ish. They're pretty good. They're good. People pay lots of money for them for a reason, and
Yeah.
people spend their days out hiking around in the woods getting ticks for them. So they taste pretty good. Long story short. Little Ridge Farm just did get the shirt a little while back. Just letting you know. It's pretty cool.
Does it fit?
Yes, it does.
Well, maybe the next time you have a live, you should come on wearing it so as, they can see that you appreciate it.
Well, Jess is asleep, and it's not my shirt.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't fit into it. I think I got my wife beat by at least 100 pounds or more.
Yeah, easy.
I'll Black drum. How do those taste? That's an ocean fish. I know that. The closest thing we have to a black drum is a freshwater drum. And a lot of people don't speak too highly of them, especially in the Great Lakes. But they are fun to catch. I think it is her sleeping shirt. Yeah, I think she even painted the shed in it the other day. Or I should say we painted the shed the other day.
Oh, you painted the shed while she cracked the whip.
Well, I got up in the too high to reach places. The shed's pretty tall, had to be on a ladder.
Mm.
I wouldn't want to do that crap for a living, let's put it that way. Yeah, we got it done in one day. We ended up having to put 2 coats on it and then like 3 coats on the front of it because it was so just dilapidated on the front, but we got it done. We didn't keep the black drum. We gave them the people we were fishing next to us. Okay. Hey, Hillbilly.
Hillbilly.
How you doing tonight? Seeing a lot of familiar faces. Well, I guess I would. They're on my life. I haven't seen Josh in a while. Has he been busy working or what?
Josh Amherst?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been working. They're moving in a month or 2.
Oh, okay. So they're busy.
Well, I think he stepped away to spend more time with his kids and little lady.
Oh, I get it. You see how often I do one of these things. My God.
Well,
this is the first one I've done in months.
The only reason I'm on here is I can't do anything else.
Okay, Little Ridge Farm. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the cool T-shirt.
My niece, she said, well, surely you can go fishing. I said, well, first off, it's going to hurt me when I drive there. It's going to hurt me when I'm out fishing. And it's going to hurt me on the ride home. So it's just pointless to go.
Hey, it hurts me every time I go fishing anymore. But I'm fishing out of a kayak, so your back feels like it's been kicked by somebody once you get out after 6-7 hours sitting in the thing.
Yeah, but
and it don't help that the lake I go to has absolutely nowhere to get in and out of other than where you put in at. So it's like you're out there, you know, the whole lake is enclosed by trees, the hill, 90-degree hills. Unless you go back to where you started, you can't get out.
But you ain't in fucking pain like I am.
Absolutely not.
That's the difference.
But I can only imagine if you spent 8 hours in a kayak with me, you would be tenfold what I feel.
If I laid down for the whole time, it wouldn't be too bad.
You could on mine. I could put you an army cot on the top of it and you could float around like that.
Yeah, that would be about the only way. I have very limited use of my right arm. I can move it places, but it's all connected to my right side. My whole right side of my chest is fucked.
That does give me an idea, though. If I wanted to overnight sometime in my kayak for fun, I could possibly anchor that thing, put a cot on it, and sleep in it. Absolutely. The only thing would be if I rolled over in the night, I'd be going for a swim.
Well, if you slept with your life jacket on, what the hell? It would keep you.
I think the water would wake me up.
True.
Instantly.
See, I'm not a very good swimmer, so I automatically thought of a life jacket.
Yeah.
Although most of
Yeah.
my life, I think I've only worn a life jacket twice, maybe three times. Because once I had to, the fucking Fish and Game was driving around in their boat.
All right, Barb. You have a good night.
Or
Thanks for stopping in. More people than I thought would show up, honestly.
probably would have been more if you're a little earlier too.
Yeah,
There
I
might be a few people in bed already.
oh sure. Unless they're on the West Coast.
Yeah,
Then it's like what, like 9 o'clock out there or something.
yeah. 10 o'clock here.
Let's see something here. Hopefully. Okay. Myron, can you still hear me?
You betcha.
Okay. I had to turn my Wi-Fi back on. It makes me wait for a minute. It's like a delay.
Matter of fact, it wouldn't hurt if you turned your audio down just a touch.
My audio down. I'll tell you what, I'll hold the phone away from my face. How's that?
Sure, that'll work. Well, say something. I'll test it.
How about this, Myron?
Well, that's not too bad. It's better than what it
All right.
was.
All right. I
You got a
just
little
won't
bit.
hold it so close.
Yeah, mine's about 5 feet away from me, maybe 6. My mic.
Yeah. I don't have a mic. I just have a phone.
Right.
The mic's in the phone.
Yeah, well, the mic I got is with the camera too. It's just in a little thing that sits on a stand.
Right.
But
Right.
it's not bad because people hear me when I'm in the kitchen.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And I think I even let out a beller from the bathroom once and somebody heard me.
Is it 11:54 where you are, or is it
No,
earlier?
it's 9:50 at my place, or 9:56.
Okay. See, it's almost midnight here.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't
you're in the Eastern time, and that's 2 hours.
I don't even try to learn everyone's time zone. That would take way too much time. I'm starting to get familiar with certain people's. Like I know Steve's an hour behind me.
Yeah.
And we always have to like when we do our channel that we both contribute to, the Ozark one, we have to I have to say 10:30 your time, you know.
Yeah.
Because we'd never be on the same page if we didn't know we were an hour and back forward, you know.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. There's a city on our western edge, and there's a whole part of on our eastern edge, and a whole part of a province in BC on our western edge, and both places never change their time.
Mm-hmm.
So half the year they're right on with BC, and the other half they're on with us. Wow, fuck, if they could do that, why do the rest of us have to change our times?
Right. Hey, Bob, what's going on, man?
Well, what time is the sun highest in the sky?
I suppose noon.
Ah, but when you got daylight savings time, it's off by an hour.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
true.
And if you
I
don't know,
haven't.
go ahead.
I was gonna say I need to look into what our sunset is now because I know the days are getting longer, but they tend to jump. I mean, the big jump was already back a few months ago, but
Yeah.
what is the longest day of the year? Is that in July or June?
June 20th or 21st.
Ah, that's it. Okay. I don't actually mind, the sun going down at 9 o'clock at night. Hell, I don't
Well,
get off of work sometimes till 5 or 6, so it gives me a couple hours to get stuff done.
yeah. Here it doesn't make any fucking difference. It's light at 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning in the heights of summer, and it's don't get dark till 11:30 at night.
Right.
And that's why we can grow stuff up here because we have our sunlight term is shorter, but it's a way longer length during the day.
Ah,
So we can grow wheat, well, a lot of grains and vegetables and garden stuff up here.
I see. Bob, how are you feeling tonight?
If any of you guys got a job want to, you can come up. I'll,
Bob does. Bob won't come up. He just likes to be down there.
I know Matt don't like to pay for his subscription, but I'll leave him that way he can let somebody else up.
Oh, you're fine. You might be the only one up here tonight. Bob's not going to come up here. In fact, I pretty well know you're going unless I stay on a while and I get one of those night owls. The surgery was a beautiful thing. Cool. I'm glad you're feeling better.
I don't know how much it cost you, but I got a sharp jackknife that would have done just as good as any of them surgical tools. I wouldn't have charged. I'd only charge you half the price. What a deal!
Yeah, what a deal. Oh, there, my dryer's done. I got rid of that background noise.
Yeah, it was hardly noticeable.
One surgery down, 4 to go in the next few months. Ugh,
It sucks, Bob.
that sucks, man. I won't ask you what you're getting surgery on.
Well, all I can say is after that, I hope you cured of whatever the problem is.
I was supposed to go up and visit Bob this last year, but
I
wasn't
got
feeling too good. What's that?
I read do the surgery was a beautiful thing. One down, four more to go. He's having cosmetic surgery.
Yeah, getting a facelift. I'm sure that's what it is.
Well, why else would he say it was a beautiful thing?
No, I'm sure it's something far worse than that.
Oh, probably. Most normal guys don't go have cosmetic surgery.
Well, I got my eyes lasered. I don't know.
Yeah.
Is that considered cosmetic?
No, that's not cosmetic. That's so you can see better.
Oh, okay.
If you'd have had your eyes tightened and the bags taken out from underneath and all that kind of crap, that would have been cosmetic surgery.
Well, the reason why I did it is I wanted to be able to drive. You know, I was horrible. Like I was so dependent on those glasses those last few years I was wearing them.
Yeah.
I was like, nope, this has got to go. My eyesight went downhill fast. Bob's a Marine too.
Shit,
I was in the
Bob.
Marine Corps and my eyesight was okay. And then towards the end, I started wearing contacts. And then I got tired of those damn things. And I went to glasses, wore them for a couple of years. Then I got the stupid surgery finally. Both knees, reverse shoulder replacement on the left, 2 torn muscles repaired on the right shoulder. Okay.
Can't notice this one here, but
You'll be playing football again in no time, Bob. What's that? Go ahead, Myron. I'm sorry.
it's okay. There's some. Oh, no, that ain't it. No matter.
Okay. I don't think, yeah, other than a broken arm getting set, never really had anything major.
Broke a bone in my foot, broke a bone in my wrist, and cracked my skull.
Oof. Hey, Gandalf, how you doing?
Hey, Gandalf, the doctor said if I hadn't been caught, not caught, but found laying on the ground by a nurse who rushed me right to the hospital, if she hadn't have seen me, I would have drowned in my own blood within 5 minutes. That's how I
Ugh.
would have. But she seen me laying on the ground and she picked me up and took me to the hospital. I was 3.5 years old.
Yeah, most of the people that were on here, Gandalf, have left. I think it's just me, you, Bob, and Myron now. Well, that sucks, Bob. I'll have to get you a walker with some tennis balls. You want me to get you one of those life alerts, Bob? He knows I'm joking.
Well, it's a good thing you're not getting them all done at the same time there, Bob. I was just reading that, and if you got them all done at the same time, you're right in your left shoulder, you wouldn't be able to wipe your bum for a while.
Yeah.
Have to import somebody to do it.
What was it again? Both that sucks on the knees. Reverse shoulder replacement, 2 torn muscle repair. Okay. I have a walker, he says. Hey, I have to give you a hard time, man. I don't think he has any feelings that can hurt anyway.
All right. So, Bob, can I take a poke at you? I'll ask first. I'll be polite. When I was younger, I probably would have just poked him.
You might not want to mess with Bob. He's a former Marine Corps sniper.
It'll take him a while to get up here without walker.
You know, you don't need a walker. Give Mrs. Jessel a hard time. Yeah. Hey, Brenda.
Hey, Redbird. Oh, Brenda.
I can't give her a hard time. She's sleeping. I tried to get Steve on here, but I think he's going to be a no-show tonight.
Yeah, he's probably asleep.
Yeah, he's taking it easy.
Studio.
Hey, studio, what's up? Well, yeah. That is badass.
I used to be,
He's a regular Andy Oakley.
I used to use a flamethrower until I burnt my hands when I was lighting my farts.
Whatever you say, Bob.
Yeah. I've met her just on here, but I've met her, and I don't think she's the kind of person who would take that shit.
No, she don't take any shit.
Yeah. Oh. Tomorrow, ask her if she remembers getting date rape tonight.
Okay. Jeez.
Well, yeah. You give her.
Well, we're not on a date. We're married.
Yeah. She's in bed and you're not.
Well, we're going to keep it that way.
Less kids that way.
Bob is here. Gandalf. Can't see his chat, huh?
His last one was at 10:06. The second one at 10:06.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, she definitely does that. I don't know. Bob, can you see Gandalf's chat? There you go. We got a computer wizard in here. He can help you. Nope. She must be mad at me. She didn't say hi to me the other night. Oh, she was just on for a minute, Bob. She probably didn't see you. You know you're her favorite person besides me. Well, maybe I'm not her favorite person, but you get what I mean. I see nothing of Gandalf. Wow. I guess we're going to have to play the middle guy. Well, I'll tell you what. You guys type something, and I'll tell you what the other one's saying. Yeah, it could be blocked. And that does happen for no reason sometimes. Sometimes I've had to unblock people that I never blocked.
Yeah, but they said that the next night it was the other way around. One couldn't see one night, and the next night that one couldn't see the first one.
Right.
So they must have each other blocked, or fucking YouTube is just being, they're playing.
I don't try to understand YouTube, man. This has been a thing for a week or so. Oh, okay.
I've been thinking of moving away to Rumble.
Yeah, YouTube's weird.
Yeah,
I don't try to understand it.
too many restrictions.
Yeah, that's for damn sure.
And I just can't go along with most of them because it's just against my natural nature. They don't want you to swear. Well, hell, it's part of my vocabulary.
Yeah, all you have to do, Bob, is go to Gandalf's channel and see if he's blocked for some reason. I think it's like I don't know, it'd be like the upper right hand corner, like the bubbles. Check on it and see if it might say unblock or block or something like that.
Hey, Anime, I don't know what I am on here. Can't get out. I'm crippled, in pain all the time. So I spend most of my, well, a lot of my time on here.
Yeah. Yeah, I've had that happen too, Brenda. I mean, I can probably count on one hand actual people that I've blocked, and it's just because they came on my channel and acted a fool, you know.
It's pretty easy to check YouTube to see who you've got blocked. Because that's where they need to check.
Oh yeah. I ain't saying that. I ain't saying that that's bad about YouTube. Yeah, it's a good way to meet people. I've met a lot of people through it.
Oh, me too. But there's other sites out there where you can meet new people and you aren't as restricted.
Right. There is, yeah. Is Rumble free like YouTube, or is it you have to pay to play kind of deal?
I think it's free. I'm not sure.
I've heard a lot of people are going over to it.
Yeah. Well, or say my favorite news channel up here, Rebel News,
Hmm.
they can only show so much on YouTube. So if you want to watch their whole show, you have to go over to Rumble or Odyssey. And there's a couple other ones I think they're on.
Brutal Bob Gandalf says this is a bummer, Bob, and I had a great conversation about Michigan the last time we talked.
I'm an Ibanez fan. Tell you the truth. I got a Fender acoustic sitting right there in the dark.
Can you play it?
Not anymore. Just the
Oh, but
just the vibrations up against the body, against the side. I can't take that.
you used to be able to play it.
Well, let's say I could amuse myself and a few other people, but I was nowhere close to good.
Okay.
I
I
was a
never
beginner.
learned any instrument.
I was a beginner, and I never got past that stage. You got to be able to remember something so that you could play it, and I could never remember anything.
No. Yeah, it's definitely a good. That's a good skill to have.
Yeah, Well, I taught myself to read music, and I have no musical skills. I could not tell you if it's a chord or a single note, really. Well, I could, but I wouldn't be able to tell you what notes you were playing. I just don't.
Yeah.
Could never do that, eh? So I just learned to play as best I could.
Gandalf, Bob says, I will call Big Matt tomorrow. He helped last time this happened. Just playing from sound. Is that what they say? You have an ear for music? Something like that?
Yeah,
That's
and
pretty good if you can play from sound.
I used to have 5 or 6 guitars, or maybe 7. I don't know. It was a few, but
Huh.
I had to sell them all to survive. Well, except for this one here, and my mom's, which I give to one of my nieces.
Oh.
But I had to sell the other ones to survive. Which I guess is okay, considering now I can't play them. They would be just decorations in here, anyways.
No, you'll be able to pass it down to somebody who actually wants it one day, at least, you know.
Uh, Not really.
You got a niece.
Yeah, but she's got no interest. And the other one's already, I gave her a guitar, or 2 guitars already. And she's got a new old man, so they'll be making different kind of music than playing guitar, I would imagine.
Someone's eventually going to inherit all my fishing crap,
I
whether they like to fish or not, and some guns.
gotta wash all my fishing crap out. It just smells. And maybe when I die, somebody else can clean it out.
Mm-hmm.
Although I really would like to do some fishing. But there's only certain spots on this river at certain times of the year that's good to fish. And they're all more than 20-mile drives.
So you're still able to shoot even with all the surgery, Bob? It sounds like. Is it your shooting shoulder that they operated on?
Well,
I guess you could put it on a. I guess you could prop it up and shoot it.
how good are you from the hip, Bob?
Hey, Coyote.
I shot a sparrow out of the air with a BB gun from the hip. I got a duck from the hip. I wore out a barrel of a 30-30 from the hip. Didn't wear it out. I overheated it and it warped. That's what happened to it. Good thing I bored it. Good thing that somebody stole it off the guy that I bored it from.
Huh.
Because he told me, he said they wouldn't shoot straight after you're done with it. He said somebody
That's
stole
right.
it. It's their fault. They stole a gun that wouldn't shoot straight.
Hmm.
It would be maddening when they go and try to sight it in. They won't frickin' sight in.
Gotta use a little Kentucky windage.
Yeah.
Where is Chris? Well, Chris don't come on these things, studio. He's never been on one of my live streams. Okay, Bob. Well, studio, he's living in his little Unabomber shack in the middle of the woods. I don't think he sees a whole lot of anyone except if you're not an animal. He deleted it. I think you could still direct message him though. He just put out a video showing him building his little house in the woods. He's around. I talked to him the other day.
Maybe that'll be a new show. It used to be Little House in the Prairie. Now it could be Little House in the Woods.
Yeah. He's not exactly people friendly, probably. So I think a house in the woods by himself suits him.
So the way to put it, don't say he's people friendly. Say he's not photogenic.
Right.
A little player. But yeah, I've known some people like that too.
I don't like people either. Not like around me. This is fine. But you put me in a crowd, I don't like it.
Yeah. Me neither.
That's probably why I've only been to 2 music concerts.
I've went to a few of them, but over here a concert might have 200-300 people, maybe. At 5 at the most. Even that's starting to get to be too much.
Yeah.
But at least it's not like thousands down in the States.
Oh yeah. Depending on where you go. That and amusement parks, which I do have to go to those every once in a while to keep the kids and the wife happy.
Well, it'd make me happy too if I got to drive a go-kart. I'd be taking them at least once a month. But I have a little fun. And if the kids get to beat you once in a while, they'll probably enjoy that.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah,
Well,
I
yeah,
I don't even know if how I would be going back to like a factory job because I work by myself on nights. I'm kind of like my own boss out there, and no one really tells me what to do. I mean, the boss that I have pretty much just makes a schedule out and that I follow. That's about where that ends. Cedar Point. I'm trying to remember the last time I went there. I'm gonna say I'll say 5 years ago. Last time I went up there, something like that. You never been to Cedar Point Studio? Yeah. Bob, there's like, I mean, I work with two people on nights, but one guy's driving the loader, putting the rocks in the bins, and the other guy's loading the trucks. So we barely even speak to each other. In the 80s, well, it's probably changed a lot since then. I'm a lot closer to Kings Island, if you know where that is. I wasn't there. That's probably 5 or 6 years ago, too. Last time I was down there. Very expensive. We're poor people. We don't go to amusement parks all the time. Might throw a fair in there every year. But my God, you can drop $100 at a fair anymore.
Yeah.
Kings Island's good. It's not Cedar Point, but it's pretty good. A lot more roller coasters at Cedar Point. If you really like roller coasters, Cedar Point would be up your alley. I like the one. I don't remember what it's called, but it goes really high up in the air, and you can see over the Great Lake, Lake Erie to be exact. Pretty cool view when you're at the top. It's almost worth it just to see that view from up there. So go to the top.
Biggest one I was ever on was the Triple Loop in Edmonton. About 2 or 3 years after people got killed on it.
Ugh.
Well, they fixed it. And I enjoyed the ride. The guy that rode with me, he started the very first, he come, like you say, he come to the top and get a little bit of a look. And just as we crested and started going over, he started screaming. And he screamed the whole frickin' way around. I enjoyed it. I thought it was fun. Well, he was kind of happy after he got off too, but
We did this one. It wasn't really so much a ride. I guess it's a ride, but it's like you had to pay extra for it. It wasn't quite bungee jumping at Kings Island. More like if you bungee jump but you swung instead, left or right. So you do free fall and you're tied to a cord with two other people and then you just swing. That was interesting. I think, who did I do that with? I think I did it with my wife. And you are in free fall for like the first 8 or 9 seconds, and then you swing instead of bounce. Forget what it's called, Extreme Flyer or something like that. I don't remember. It's been a while. I'm sure I'll eventually go back to amusement park. My kids are getting to the age now where they're gonna demand it soon. I have to take them to stuff like that every once in a while to keep them happy.
Better start saving. Every year it's going to be more and more expensive. I wonder what the prices are going to be like this year because our food has went up tremendously. I don't know about your guys's.
Well, Studio, the stuff you do in the Marine Corps, or the stuff you do in an amusement park doesn't compare to the stuff you have to do in the Marines. I was jumping out of helicopters back then. So an amusement park is it's like a walk in the park, honestly. I don't have any fear of heights or anything like that. I know some people do. Oh yeah, it goes way, way high in the air. I don't know. I don't remember how high, but you're falling forever before you swing. Studio jumped from a plane at 30,000 feet in Vietnam. That's an adrenaline rush. Yes, it is. I didn't jump from that high. I just repelled. The helicopter was hovering maybe, I don't know, 100 feet off the ground, and we repelled from a rope from it. So I guess we didn't technically jump as far as just repelled from it. I never got to, well, I wasn't in jump school or anything like that because I was a driver, but I got to do a couple fun things. The worst one was that helicopter they put us in, that they sank it in a pool with us in it, like a swimming pool, and they sunk us in a helicopter in the deep end, and then they turned it upside down, and we had to escape from it blindfolded. That's an adrenaline rush. That is to simulate what you would do in an actual helicopter crash if the helicopter crashed in the ocean. So it's kind of a thing you have to do if you ride in one that, like if you're on a helicopter on a ship and you fly to land, you're going over water, so they want you to be trained to deal with a helicopter crash in water. And the first thing a helicopter does apparently is it turns upside down, which is what they did to us in the pool. They turned it upside down. They can't really simulate the diesel in the water. That's another thing. But yeah. If you couldn't escape, there were safety divers on the bottom of the pool to help you out. I think I only seen one guy not be able to get out. At the time, we were all in shape and we knew what we were doing, so it wasn't nothing to us back then. Now, if I tried to do that, I'd probably hate it. Ah, Halo jump, cool.
Well, I hate to leave you, but I gotta say goodnight.
Hey, you're fine, man. Thanks for coming up.
Catch you later.
Appreciate it. Hey, no problem.
Have a good night,
Have a
Chuck.
good night. And then there was one. Hey, Oakleaf. Are you new to my channel, Oakleaf? Ah, I see. Well, thank you, Iowa Trapper, if you're still around. I'd love to see a video of you telling stories about your military past. You know, I've thought about talking about it. It's kind of weird for me to talk about it. I don't want to make it sound like I'm bragging but it could be, I could do it. It would just be a weird video to make. I have thought about it though. It would probably have to be like a friggin' 25-part video. There's so much crap that happened. It's a lot of stuff to talk about, studio. I was in 14 countries in 4 years. Hey, AKW. Thanks for coming in. Oh, we're getting invaded by all of Iowa's people. Thanks, Iowa. You're making me now. Don, you want Sarah swimmers? Sarah Swimmers. Hey, Teddy. Wow. Well, thanks for stopping in, guys. I'll try to amuse you. Yes, there is a raid. They're coming over from Iowa Trapper. He's a good dude. Traps a lot of beavers, traps a lot of coyotes, raccoons, I'm sure. I think I've only seen like his beaver trapping videos, but yeah, Bob, that was, the funny thing about that, the one thing that did stick with me, Bob, when I did get back from Iraq, I was looking for IEDs on I-75. My dad's like, "What the hell are you looking for?" I'm like, "IEDs." He's like, "What the hell's an IED?" I'm like, "Bombs." Like, well, why are you looking for them on I-75? And I was like, I don't know. It messes with your head. I'm gonna go get another beer. You guys chat down there. I'll be back in like 20 seconds here. Then you find one, yeah. Well, I hope you never find one on I-75, but you never know. Once you get hit by one, you sure don't forget that, Jack. They're loud. Your ears ring for days. Scares the bejeebus out of you. Ah, those are rescue swimmers. Well, the ones the rescue swimmers we had in the Helo Dunker course that we went through, I think they were just they might have even been civilians. I did the Helo Dunker on Camp Hansen, Okinawa, Japan. A lot happened in 4 years. It's a lot to remember. I don't even know if they were Marines. I can't remember. Yeah. Where and when did you serve? I served from 2005 to 2009 as a United States Marine with the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit out of Okinawa, Japan. That's why I went to a lot of countries. And after my 2-year tour of Okinawa was done, I checked into Camp Lejeune, North Carolina to finish out the rest of my time. But I think I was only in North Carolina long enough to take a pee. And then I went to 29 Palms, California to train to go to Iraq. And then that was like a month. And then we went to Iraq for almost a year. And when I got out of Iraq, they made me a range coach for a couple months, and then I got out. Went to the famous Paris Island, South Carolina, to train. Went to Camp Geiger for Marine combat training, and I went to Fort Leonard Wood for motor T training. 4 years active duty. I was never not deployed or somewhere. I by the time I got out, I didn't even know how to wear my uniform very well because I never had to wear them. I mean, I wore my utilities almost the entire time. I was either wearing my greens or my deserts. Had to have had to have one of my younger Marines show me how to put on my blues because I was like, I haven't worn a uniform the entire time because when you're deployed, you're not walking around in your dress uniform. So I was never good with the ribbons and all that nonsense of it. Fort Gordon. can get scary. Cutting a pullet out of a parachute in the water, I'm sure. But yeah, it's a lot for an 18-year-old dude to. It's a big pill for you to swallow when you're that young. You have to really what's the word? Culture shock. Yeah. That's a good way to explain it. Go from living in Ohio to living in Japan, Iraq, Kuwait, South Korea, Philippines, Thailand, Cambodia, China. Way different way of life. Iraq, Ireland, Germany. You're kind of learning on the fly everywhere you go. First question I'm always asking, because I'm a driver, is like, well, what side of the road are we driving on in this country? Port Japan and Desert Shield. I only went to mainland Japan for like changeover flights and stuff. I don't think I spent much time in mainland. Okinawa and mainland Japan, the only way I can describe it is like if if you're living the lower 48 of America and we have Hawaii way out in the Pacific, that's what Okinawa is to mainland Japan. It's its own thing. Yeah, you have to grow up fast. For sure. I don't try to like deter people from going in or anything, but I will tell them the truth. I think I owe someone, if they're looking to me to go in the Marines, I'm at least going to tell them what might happen to them. But we need people in there fighting. It is what it is. And our military is an all volunteer thing. In Bob's days, they got what's the word? They got I'm having a brain fart. They made you go. Have you been to Okinawa, Coyote? That's pretty cool. It used to be its own country, I think, back in the day. And the Japanese invaded them in World War II or earlier. I can't remember. Yeah, that's what some countries do. Yeah, draft. That's the word I was looking for. I don't know why I couldn't think of it. I don't know. Were you drafted, Bob, or did you? I'm sure Bob went voluntarily. Were you drafted, Coyote, or no? Obviously you weren't. You went voluntarily because you weren't in Vietnam. Right. Yeah, they spit on you when you got back. Yeah, I didn't get spit on, thankfully. Actually, people were really nice. Like even some veterans of the older wars would come to the airport when you'd get back from a deployment like Iraq, and they would come say thanks and all that. It was kind of nice. When did this turn into my military career talk? No, I guess I don't have a topic tonight, so that works. I was just seeing if StreamYard worked tonight. And I'm drinking a beer. Ah, I was going to join the Marines in '88, even when talked to the recruiter got married instead. Yeah, I mean, it's no big deal. Um, my recruiter, the one thing I can thank him for is telling me to go motor T, even though I had to A lot of you aren't going to understand this. I'm sure Coyote and Bob will, but I was not infantry. I was, I drove a truck, but that doesn't not make you a target. In fact, we had to know our way around the machine guns because we had them all on our trucks, and we had to be able to, fire a 50 cal Mark 19 grenade launcher and it was called a 240 Golf, which is a medium to heavy machine gun. 50 cal is a high caliber heavy machine gun, and Mark 19. Boy, you could just take out a city block with one of those things. But anyway, yeah, I wasn't infantry, but when I went to Iraq, so you're kind of in your own little job field until another unit needs you for something, and sometimes we call it augmenting, or for lack of a better term, they take you out of your platoon and they put you with a bunch of strangers that you don't know. In my case, I got put with an infantry company as a motor T driver to be their motor T driver. So I basically wouldn't say I became an infantryman, but I pretty well got close to it. I had to do everything they did. I went on foot patrols with them in the city streets of Iraq. I can't remember the names of the towns we were in. Rawa, near Syria, Al Qaim, Al Assad. I had to play with the grunts for about a year. I worked with about everyone you could name. I worked with the Navy SEALs, Marine Force Recon, the British Marines, the Thailand Marines, the Filipino Marines. Let's see who else. The Army, the Navy. Not so much Air Force. Where they had a missile that would destroy aircraft carriers, so imaging that would the little ship I was on. Oh, okay. Yeah, living on an aircraft carrier sucks. Get to listen to jets land about every 5 minutes, or helicopters. Anyone's welcome to come up. I know I haven't dropped the link in a while. 1 second here. I'll post it. I can remember how. There we go. I'm glad you're learning, Studio. I said this would be like a 14-hour video if I made it talking about what you have to do or what I had to do. Marine Corps is like a carnival. Well, the military in general is like a carnival. Everyone's going to go on a different ride than you did. I was at FFFG for 4 years, then aircraft carrier for 4 years. Cool. You have to remind me what FFG is. There we go. What do we got here? Oakley. Welcome in. What's up?
Nothing, just hanging out.
Okay.
Yeah. I was sent this over.
I appreciate you guys coming over.
Yeah.
I wasn't ready for this many people. I do these things not very regularly. I do a live stream like once every 2 months, maybe. Usually just people that are sub to me, you know, like maybe 5-6 people come in. I'm not used to this many people, but hey, it's great. So what do you do, bud?
Not much. Right now, I'm a stay-at-home dad. Right after, well, the month before that pandemic thing started, I became a stay-at-home dad, so changed everything. And then hopefully this winter I can get a job going again, but I might not be able to. So
There's nothing wrong with that.
yeah, it all depends.
I have my winters off. Hey, Iowa, what's up?
How we doing, guys? Oak Leaf, good to see you in person, buddy.
Yeah. Hey, I didn't know this thing had a face thing on here.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I guess I could show you my ugly mug.
Ah,
You
Yeah,
guys almost look alike.
we all have beards. Imagine
Yep.
that.
Mine's a little trashier than your guys's, though. I think so.
Nah.
No, we got done doing our live a little bit ago. I figured, heck, let's send people over here, see what you're doing, man.
Nothing much, man. I was just having, you know, usually the same couple people that come on mine come on, you know.
Yeah.
If I get 5 people that come on mine, that's about normal, you know. I'm not a big channel.
I'll tell you what, you just love talking about doing what you're doing, man. That's all that matters. I mean, that's the whole reason I even have lives, is just chat and shoot the bull with people.
Studio, I think I've been fishing most of my life, I guess. It's not something I did in the military as a hobby. I didn't fish much while I was in. I didn't have time to do nothing. But yeah, it's something, you know, my dad always took me out fishing, hunting. That's why I always liked it. Hopefully that answers your question.
I'm just
Bob,
trying
you
to.
can't. Go ahead.
Oh, I'll just try to figure out how I can see the chat. I
We
don't know.
can't.
I
We
can't.
can't from
Okay.
where we're at now. Once we
Okay.
hop in on StreamYard like this, we can't actually see the chat. Matthew can actually bring things up, important messages.
Okay.
I don't know how to do it, but I know that certain things we can see if he brings them up. But other than that, we can't see the chat.
Okay. I think
I
I'm gonna
take
go
it
back
your
to the
live
chat.
stream's over.
What's that, bud?
I'm
I
gonna
said
go
I
back to
take
the
it your
chat.
live stream's over.
Oh, I gotcha.
He wants me to drink a Bud Light.
I mean, why not?
Just slam it. Make it as quick as you can.
I switched to Bush Light, Coyote. You're welcome.
Attaboy. You drink on your channel at all?
On my channel?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm drinking right now.
Good man.
I can't do these things sober.
I get it.
I got to get a little fun juice in me so I can talk to people.
Little liquid courage, my man.
That's right.
No, I get that 100%.
So what are you doing nowadays now that the trapping season's over?
Finishing furs.
Oh, you still got backlogs of them, eh?
Oh, I'll show you backlogs of them.
Sir, there's dead raccoons in your freezer.
That's one of 13. Well, that's my walk-in freezer, but I got 12 other freezers that are almost all full yet.
That's crazy. That's so many.
But I do a lot of custom work too. I buy a lot of fur and I do a lot of custom work, put stuff up for other people. So never ending, man. Between that and roofing and siding jobs coming up and There's always something.
Is that what you do for a living?
No, I actually work at a grocery store distribution center in the frozen food. Okay. So I drive a forklift in negative 20 degrees for 10 hours a day.
That sounds fun.
Then my 3 days off a week, I'm roofing or siding if the weather allows me.
Yeah, my dad did it his whole life. He did it all. 3 hernias later, I can't get him off the golf course.
I was going to say, I'll bet it took a toll on him.
Oh, yeah. He was the kind of guy that used to carry 3 bundles of shingles up a ladder his whole life.
I know those guys. I'm not.
I was a sissy. I went in the Marine Corps. I didn't have to carry shingles.
Yeah, right.
I just carried a really heavy backpack instead.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's work. Always hustling, man. Always hustling.
I'll tell you a funny story. I got a roofing job right after the Marine Corps.
Really?
And I just spent a year living in the Iraqi desert. Really hot over there, right?
Yeah.
I came back to Ohio, started working on a roof, and I got heat exhaustion.
Wow.
There's no humidity. No humidity over there.
Really?
So when I came back, no, not as much as here. So my body just wasn't used to it. I couldn't drink enough water. I think it was like 110 degrees that day too. But I remember my arms stopped working. Like I couldn't lift my arms above my head. 1 second, he's coming back up. And I was like, what the hell is going on with me? And I was like, oh, I know what this is. I started feeling dizzy. I'm like, I had to go sit down and drink some water for a while.
Yeah.
Tell the guy I was with, I'm like, hey, I'm going to be on break for a little while.
Yeah, I just go through McChicken withdrawals. That's all I do.
Oh, wait a minute. I know I hit him. Hold on.
Oh, you're good, man.
He's trying to come up, and I'm trying to figure out how to let him up. Oh, no, not mute. Unmute.
Yeah, that StreamYard thing's new to me, but I'm not good with it at all. So
I'm back.
That should work.
There he is.
Yep.
There he is.
Hit the wrong button.
Sorry, it's been a while since I had to play with this stuff, so bear with me.
Oh, you're good, bud. So if you don't mind me, I kind of want to ask Oakleaf what got him back into trapping, if you're okay with that, bud.
Yeah, so growing up, I trapped with my dad. It was mainly just pest control stuff for the farm that we hunt on. And it just never crossed my mind to go get my license. It never, like the only thing that caused this was like, okay, I have all this free time at home with watching my daughter. Then she started school. I'm like, okay, I need to find something, And so I started hunting more. And then I noticed a lot more raccoons and a lot more muskrat in my usual hunting spots. Like, I asked my dad what's going on. And he's like, oh, the trapping, not a lot of people are trapping anymore. I'm like, what do you mean? And that started the whole conversation and ended up figuring out how to get my license. And then because of the pandemic going on, I didn't have to do the field training and stuff too. I was like, wow, that's a bonus. So I was like, might as well get it now, and I did. And it was great.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Always happy to have more trappers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sure need to learn how, because these beavers ain't going to kill themselves where I live.
I'll tell you what, beaver trapping is one of the funnest things to do, man. It is a blast.
I can't get my head around it because it just seems very, I don't know. It seems like a skill or an art to learn.
100%. You're right.
And, I could go out and bust one in the head with a 22 any time of the week, but that's something new to me. I know how to set a DP trap and a live cage trap, but that's where my skill ends there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I get it.
I don't know how to work a 330, put it that way.
No, I understand that. I'll tell you what, man. I'm trying to think what I have available right in here right now. I don't. Oh, my beaver stuff is put away. Man, I'd love to help you out on that. What state are you in, bud?
Ohio.
Ohio. When's our beaver season close?
It opens in December. I don't know. I don't remember when. I had to look that up actually.
It might be
I want to say
closed already.
it probably. Yeah, I'm sure it's closed.
I'm sure it probably is, but going in next year, man, I'd love to help you out with that. I'd love to help you trapping beaver any way I can.
If I set the trap right, and I'm pretty sure I know where to put it because I can see where their slides are, where they're coming in and out of and
That's
stuff.
all you need. That's literally
But,
the two things you need.
So yeah, I mean Stevie Wonder could trap these beavers. I'm telling you, I just don't know how to work the trap.
Well, I'd be happy to. Anything I can do to help you out, man. I was hoping to do a whole. I haven't even told my channel this yet, but I'm hoping to do a "So You Want to Be a Trapper" beaver series covering just beaver trapping, from very beginner basics of how to set the trap, how the traps work, very beginner basics. But I didn't get enough video for it, so it's gonna be after next year. But yeah, man, beaver traps are stout. They're not something to joke around with. I mean, even your foothold traps, they can break a finger or a wrist if you're not careful.
Have you ever seen clamshell beaver traps?
What's that?
Have you ever seen a clamshell beaver trap?
Oh yeah, the Hancocks, the big ones, yeah, the live traps.
Kuro. I can't say the freaking word right. I'm from Alabama, live in Washington. But I live in Washington, and we can't use we can use footholds, but we have to put a request in. And now they got some tree loving, woman loving lady working the desk, and she goes, "I have 2 weeks to answer your email." And I'm like, dude, we could be on the job and text the dude, and within an hour we would have the request. You're taking 2 weeks we're having to make multiple trips back and forth because you're not answering us. Come on. Well, you've already put this request in for this place 3 times because he's got a lot of coyotes. Well,
Right.
we've already got 3. Yeah, they're still killing his cats. Well, why is his cats outside? Because they're barn cats. Well, that's his problem. You're done. Whatever. But anyways, the beaver traps, I have to use live traps. So I have to use like the Comstock,
the big boys.
the swim through, and it's a double door swim through, and I've got a few videos of it. But the clamshell trap, that thing is scary. My friend has one, and he's got hit across the face right here with it.
Probably about broke his jaw.
3 places. You could see his teeth through his jaw. And I was like, I just ordered one of those. Oh, crap.
And they're big money. They're big money traps, but they're good.
Oh, it's a $300 trap, but I love this. I have a video. I'm trying to find it real quick, but I'm showing how it works. And the thing does a complete flip.
Oh, yeah. They flip every time almost.
And I'm like, yeah, don't get caught in that thing because it will hurt you. And it's so funny because I throw a stick in and I missed the trigger plate. And I'm like, oh, crap. I don't have another stick beside me. I'm going to grab that stick. And I'm like, tried to grab the stick, and I get it, and I jump back real quick, and I throw the stick in, and that thing just boom. And I'm like,
they're powerful.
Wow. But you were talking about the 330 body trap or the
Yep.
Right. Yeah, suitcase them. Yeah.
no way. I won't fuck with those. Excuse my language.
330s are an amazing tool, but I don't suggest them for any beginner because
Oh no, and not a blind
you could
person.
literally, you could break your forearm and everything on them. They're so stout. I mean, they're slamming shut with.
You know who Trapper Jay is?
Oh yeah,
You know how
Yeah,
he
he was on the
sticks his
channel
hand
tonight.
in the
Yeah.
foothills? Well, somebody made a video and
punching the
they
330,
punched the 330
broke his arm.
and it snapped his forearm in half right here. I think in 2 places actually.
It's stupid, just stupid.
And I'm just like, you Dumas. But I went to a place and I was on trap this bobcat for a guy. And I got all these traps set up and he goes, maybe you can help me with this trap. And I'm like, what trap? And he takes me into the garage and he has a 330 sitting in the middle of the garage with stuff all the way around it. It is set and live. The safety's not on. I'm like, I ain't touching it. And he goes, I give you. And I'm like, I don't want it. And I'm like, do you have a 2x4 or something? And he's like, yeah. And I grabbed that 2x4 and I stuck it. It snapped that 2x4 in half like it was a toothpick. And he looked at me and was, yeah, I don't want. You have. And I'm like, yeah, I'll put it in the corner and I should get it out and show people. That's about the only thing I've ever done with it. I said it one time with a guy that said he knew about them, and we pulled it out and we played with it. And once we got it set, I realized he didn't know nothing about it. And he got in his car and left. And there I am sitting with a 330 in my driveway. Stuck another 2x4 in there and snapped that thing in half. I was like, yeah, no, I'll stick those in the corner. And if I have to use it, I'll use it. But no, thank you.
They're good
I will
traps,
give-
but they have their place.
Oh yeah,
I will give those beavers credit. They make the crappies easier to find because all I got to do is go look for that beaver lodge on that side of the lake, and I know that's where they're going to be.
Well, something I heard you say, and that kind of made me want to come up here even more. You said, where do you know where to put the traps?
Well, they have.
With
You could
this,
see the areas like their lodges are built up on the bank, and you could see their tracks coming in and out of the water. You could see where their bellies are sliding on the mud.
I catch 10 to 15 beavers a year, dude. I know how to.
There's at least that many in every pond I fish.
But what I was gonna say is this trap right here. This is that I'm going to show you how you set it. The clamshell trap that I was telling you about.
Uh-huh.
Now see,
okay.
it's about 100-pound trap. It takes all I got to get it out to where I need to put it. But what I do with that one, the best place to put it is like on dams. I'll tear a hole in a dam and I'll lay that in the dam in that hole. And when they come to start repairing that dam, the this part here is basically in the water, and they come in from this side, and the trigger plate's right there. And I set a trap, the next day had a beaver. Reset the trap, next day had a beaver. Reset the trap, Next day had a beaver. Did that 5 days in a row at a job. Now, this is about the funniest part here. I like, get back, Dingo. Get over here.
Beaver comes walking in like this. No, come here. He comes walking in and hits that trap pan right there. Oh, he didn't hit it hard enough.
I'm like, oh shit.
Oh. Okay, here we go.
Matthew, what are you looking at setting for these beaver? Are you wanting to go with footholds, or are you looking at the conibears?
Wow, whatever you think's best for a beginner.
Probably footholds or snares.
Okay, I can see foothold. Yeah.
Make sure you get big enough foothold though, because I tried to use a coyote foothold for a beaver trap job one time, and yeah, no, it wasn't big enough for the foot, and I had to abandon that, and I got to get me bigger.
I'm guessing a foothold is something you set on land, right?
No.
No, you guys
underwater. Land, underwater, wherever.
I would recommend a TS-85 on some of those slides in the water.
Okay.
Like Trapper J does. Put it on.
And that way they drown, right? Before you get to them.
If you put it on a drowning rod, they do. If you don't, they'll be able to swim with this on their foot just fine.
Yeah, you can put it on a one-way drowning rod. The end of the chain, you put a one-way lock thing on it, and that way when you set it, it's usually about so far underwater or whatever your bank is, because what you want it to do is you want the animal to come swimming in, put their feet down, and then start trying to climb the bank. And where they put their feet down right there is right where the trap's going to be. And normally if you have like the drowning rod, you'll stake it in here and then have it into the ground, into the water, and they can swim back out to the water, but they can't get back up to shore. And once they get so deep, it drowns them out.
Brad Clark, welcome in.
Dude. Sorry to interrupt you. Just Trapper J does a lot of that type trapping, and so if you watch his, you can see how he sets his traps, and that's a real good way. But like out here, I have to use box traps or this clam trap, and I can't I'm tearing out big areas, lugging in 100-pound traps and shit.
Yeah. How far from the road are you gonna be trapping, Matthew? Can you access it pretty easily?
I'll have to use my boat to get to some of these places. So my hope is that the water doesn't freeze before I can get out and do it. But I think as far as where I live goes, the month of December is usually open water. So as long as I can get out in my kayak and go out and set these, I'd be fine.
If you're going out in your kayak and you have the capability of using the death traps that I don't like, the 330 body grabber thingies, if you know where there is a run or an area that they're definitely constantly running through, even if it freezes over, you can make a slit in the ice basically, so you can slide 2 stakes down with that conibear in between.
Yeah,
and
I wouldn't be able to. I see. We didn't even have an ice fishing year this year because we had such a weird winter. Like I think the ice was only safe for like a week this winter. Usually we get about a month or two, but our ice fishing seasons are very unpredictable here in safe ice is never a sure thing here. Put it that way.
I gotcha. I try to get out there early then, and like he said, you can do that before ice. If you find where that den is coming out, and you've got this nice run, and you'll see a run when you see it, especially if you're on the water at all. Just this little bowl in the coming out, and it's solid mud on the bottom, but just a little dip, and it'll come out and wind from the beaver den itself. Phenomenal spot for a 330.
So
here's a dumb question.
Walking the shoreline, and all of a sudden you find that hole, and you're like, "Woo!"
there are right next to the beaver lodges. There are gigantic holes in the sides of the banks. Does that have anything to do with the beavers? Is that something else?
That's den entrance.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I meant by obvious. I thought maybe that was.
If you set that, you're for sure going to catch a beaver, but it might be the only one you catch. Because beaver get educated extremely quickly. They get so smart. So picture you stepping outside your front door and seeing one of your family laying there deceased.
Mm-hmm.
Something's going to register.
Right.
And that's exactly what's doing for them. Ideally, on like an animal damage control situation, you start as far away from the den as you can, because that's where your adults are traveling. Your adult breeding pair, they're the ones going 150, 200 yards from the den. They're traveling the farthest. I mean, obviously, you're new to this, so you're not going to do actual animal damage control. But if you do set the den entrance, you are going to limit yourself to pretty much just the one, maybe two.
The beavers in these lakes also, I mean, they have their obvious dens because they're so big and they're obvious, but they also like to stack wood in strategic places. I noticed, like there's just wood pile. They got wood. It's obviously not a den, but it's definitely a pile the beavers making in different parts of the lake.
Yep, that's their food for the winter.
Yep.
Right. Okay.
Like I was saying earlier, though, one of the best places to start, if you don't, like he was saying just a minute ago there, don't go to the hut. Stay as far away from the hut as possible and start away from it. That's why I like hitting the dam. You go to a dam, and before I even set trap one out there, I'll go find the dam and I'll break the dam. And I'll tell the customer, all right, see you tomorrow.
Certain times of the year, I can hear them in there grunting in their hut. I mean, if you're within 20, 30 yards of it, they're going to start making noises at you.
That could scare you in the middle of the night, that grunting and slapping across the water.
It almost sounds like the young ones making that noise, like the, you know what I mean? I don't know if that's the young ones or the adults, but it definitely sounds like the young, like certain times of the year you can hear the young ones in there chirping.
Almost makes you think of otter. If it's that sound.
Sounds more like otter.
I can't do a good beaver noise, but they're beavers.
Hold on, I'll work on my beaver noise. I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna do it.
I can't get my voice that high.
Right. But I better roll out of here, fellas. I gotta get up early.
Nice. Okay, bud. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, man, absolutely. Love to support the channel. Anything I can do for you. With this beaver issue, seriously, feel free to email me. Anything I can do to help you out. Hopefully we can catch a few beaver next fall.
Well, as it gets closer to that time of year, I'll definitely get a hold of you.
Yeah, beaver trapping's not terribly difficult if you want to just catch a handful. And it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun.
I'd only be interested in catching them to eat them. So a couple a year would be fine with me, and one less beaver in there is one less beaver. So
yep.
They're not my trees, so it doesn't piss me off as much, but they are trying to take on trees that they have no business trying to take down.
Right.
I'm trying to contact the tree company out here because tree farms are pretty big out here in Washington. And I'm trying to talk. I talked to one guy last year and he never called me back, but I'm trying to get a hold of some people because if I can get hooked up with some of those bigger tree companies and get out, then I could also work it out so I can hunt out there too. So
I get it.
Yeah.
Well, guys, it's been fun. Oakleaf, good to see you in person, buddy.
Nice
Welcome.
seeing you too.
Y'all take care, and we'll see you guys later.
Bye.
See you, man. Take it easy. Don't work too hard.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish. Take care, guys.
See ya.
I wasn't trying to talk over him or anything. It just, I know some of that stuff too. I do
Oh, you
traffic.
did fine. I didn't see anything bad.
Hey, we know you're from the Navy. We know you don't have manners.
Oh, whatever, girly boy. You know, it does say the Department of the Navy.
It also says that when 20 sailors go out to sea, 10 couples come back. But yeah, you didn't hear it from me.
I can't argue with that one. But see, I got out soon as Clinton took over. When Clinton came in and said, "We're going to let everybody in," I was like, "Yeah, I'm out of here. See ya." But I got hurt, so they were like,
I
"You're
was
done."
in for the Bush years, the second Bush.
Yeah, I was. I joined 89, got out 96, 97. But I wanted to do more, but I went to boot camp in San Diego, went to secondary school after that in San Diego, and then immediately got stationed. I had the choice of either going to Japan or going to Washington, D.C. to that one boat that's permanently moored. It's like a museum up that way or something.
Uh-huh.
Only the best of the best get invited up there or whatever. I was told you can either go there or go to Japan.
Well,
Oh.
my choice, they asked me where I wanted to go, and I said North Carolina, and they said, well, we hope Okinawa, Japan's close enough for you. I said,
I've
well,
always
pretty
dreamed of
effing
going
far
to Japan.
away, but I didn't have a choice.
I always dreamed of going to Japan. And so when they were like, well, you can either go be the best of the best over here and never see a real day of work or go to Japan. I said, Japan?
Yeah. You know, it's funny. I lived there 2 years, and I still only know how to tell the taxi driver to take me home. I'm drunk, or hello, how are you? That's about all I got.
I just celebrated my 31-year anniversary. I should say
You're
my
married. You're married to a Japanese woman, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
So you probably speak some of the language, right? A little bit.
My mother-in-law, actually, we just sent my wife back to Japan because my mother-in-law just passed away.
Right, I heard you say that. Yeah.
And this is the picture that we made as she was at the airport getting on.
Now, is she Okinawan or is she Japanese? I mean, is she from Okinawa?
From Japan. She was,
mainland.
yeah. I was stationed in Yokosuka, Japan, and she lived up near Zama base.
Okay.
Or not Zama, Atsugi. Or whichever the one was closer to me. I'm freaking can't remember. But she happened to be at the park just outside the base because she had went to see a friend's brand new baby, and she had never been into that area before. And they had stopped to sit down and take a break. And I was over there actually waiting on another girl to go horseback riding for the weekend. And I was sitting over there studying my Japanese, and I got to a word that I couldn't say. And I saw these two girls sitting over there, and screw it, I'll go over there and ask them. So I walked over. すみません。私は名前はロナウドですか？名前は何ですか?
All I got is Origato gozaimasu, Kuroko keitoko. That's it. All I remember.
Konnichiwa, good afternoon.
Yeah, see, I even forgot that. You would think I'd remember that.
My name, or my Namawa name is Ronaldo.
Well, like I told you, Coyote, I was stationed in Okinawa. I didn't actually spend much time there. I spent enough time there to see the island, but not really pick up the culture because, you know, I was with a Marine Expeditionary Unit, so we were living like gypsies. You know, we were everywhere.
9 months out of the year, haze, gray, and underway, baby. I understand that, but my feeling is I am an ambassador of my country in another country, and if I'm going to be out on town doing things, then I should make somewhat of an effort to learn their language. Because if it come to the States and you want to talk to me, you better fucking speak English. Because if you speak anything else to me, I'll look at you like, I'm sorry, I'm freaking Southern. I don't speak that shit here. And so my wife hired some people, and they came in and started talking in their work, and I was like, all right, you got two choices.
Even
Shut
if I
up
came,
or speak English, get out.
If I came back to Ohio speaking fluent Japanese, it wouldn't have got me any awards, you know.
Oh, but I did it out of respect for the country and for my country. To show, I mean, I took the initiative to learn the language. So but I also drove the captain to meetings. I was the driver, even in Iraq and stuff. I drove. I had international driver's license, and I when I heard your stories of driving looking for IDs, I'm like,
oh, you're always looking for them. You have to be.
I'm even to this day, I'm driving like.
Oh yeah. Well, that's kind of wore off. That was more like
my wife and kids are like, you're not in the war anymore. I don't care. That car's been behind me too long. It's been 3 blocks and that car's still behind me. Why is that car behind me?
I don't like people standing behind me.
Oh no, don't stand behind
for
me.
Sure.
You stand too close behind me and I'll fart just to get you to back up.
No, I don't. Usually if I go to a restaurant, my back's against the wall. I like to be able to see, but other than that, I guess. Oh, and deer hunting was weird the first year I did it because I was watching the hunters and not the deer. That was a weird one for me because I was used to people trying to kill me every day, so I was watching the people really closely.
First 3 years out in the woods after getting out of the military, I didn't shoot nothing. I saw plenty of things, but I was watching all the people in the woods. Opening day of deer season, I sat there and there were 50 orange jackets out there on the hillsides. I'm like, ain't no animals here. And I just kind of slipped back, ghillie suited up, and had some fun.
Yeah. I see you down there, HB.
But yeah, everyone says, well, you're in the Navy. In the Navy, you don't see nothing.
Not if you're a Navy SEAL.
Okay, well, I was on a small boy, and we were front line. We took the first bit of land and took the first prisoner of Desert Storm. I watched several oil rigs blow up.
Mm.
I watched the U.S. Tripoli. I was actually looking at it through a pair of binoculars, telling the guy that I'm turning my forward lookout over to. I'm like, oh yeah, right there is the boom. Tell Bridge that the Tripoli just blew up. You saw the Tripoli come up out of the water. I could see the props, and then it come back down. And we immediately stopped. The guy takes my binoculars. I go to aft lookout. I'm sitting on aft lookout, and all of a sudden, this mine boat, searching boat that's going around, stops right behind us. And I'm like, hey, Bridge, bung, 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 general quarters. We're going into general quarters. Reason for general quarters, a mine 100 yards off the stern of the ship.
Yeah. Not a whole lot you can do if you're riding on the boat.
Excuse me, I'm on the stern of the fucking ship. That means that mine is 100 yards away from me. Can we move? Can we move now? I'm like, where do you hide? You're on a ship. You wake up 3 or 4 times a night to general quarters. Reason for general quarters, inbound missile, unknown origin.
I remember the first day I landed in Iraq, or where I was going to live for a while. There was about 40 people spraying AK-47s into the air, and people we replaced said, "Don't worry, it's just a wedding." That was my first day. I was like, "Should I be worried?" They're like, "Nah, it's a wedding."
Yeah.
I was like, "Wow, they get married different over here."
I tell you, the thing that bothers me, the pulling bodies out of the water, dealing with the mines, having missiles fly over general quarters multiple times, getting kicked by the prisoner, having the dude shoot him with a shotgun and a 45. All that doesn't bother me. What gets me the most is remember sitting there in the ocean and seeing all that oil. The waves weren't like water. It was like molasses. Just that, not that flowing wave kind of look. And man, you go outside and it just was like, oh my God, this stuff stinks. Because they blew the caps on all the oil rigs and it was just pouring oil all into the water. And we pulled 3 dead pilots out of that. They'd been in the water for like 2 weeks or something. And yeah.
Probably bloated by then.
You ever seen the movie Blue Lagoon?
Yeah, I think so. Is that Brooke Shields?
Yeah, the brother and sister get deserted on an island and then they become lovers, and then they find the old man that saves them or whatever. And when they find him, he's laying on the beach all bloated up and they roll his head over and a crab crawls out of his mouth.
Mm-hmm.
I was fine pulling those bodies out until that happened. When that crab crawled out of that pilot's mouth, I was like,
Oh man, yeah. We used to
I think
drive by body. There was
I'll build
body parts laying in the road when we drove around. It got you get used to that stuff. You see it, and it just becomes another day. It's amazing what you can get used to.
Oh yeah. It's so funny. I took the truck to the dealership to get an oil change. They were supposed to check the engine light, but apparently they didn't see the big engine light on down there and never checked it. But they did spot the 2 dead rats in the back of the truck. You got rats in the back of your truck. Yeah, I'm a nuisance animal trapper. I trap rats, raccoons, whatever. I got more animals in another trap I'm trying to get to right now. They're like, well, don't come here with dead animals. I'm like, well, don't look under the back seat because there's guns under there too. They started freaking out on me. It was funny. I was laughing.
Yeah, did you have to take the class before you got out? Like, I forget what it was. It was pretty much like, be nice to civilians when you get out. You can't be can't. Like they tell you, don't go home and shoot your family.
How do they teach civilians
Something like that.
being dumbasses? Oh my gosh. I swear everybody should do a minimum of 2 years. Come out of high school, do 2 years in the service. If you want to do more, great. If not, that's fine too. But I guarantee we wouldn't have as many troubles as we have if everybody had to do 2 years. Oh, I miss that. Well, sushi. I've never heard of a well sushi, but I do like sushi. Susie was pretty cool too, but oh, and what you texted me the other day, I thought it was pretty funny. I got a kick out of it. Apparently, Big Matt's having some bad.
This Bud Light I'm drinking's going through me. I had to sit down to pee, Coyote.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I know I haven't been talking much. I've just been listening. It's been a great conversation, but I'm gonna head out. I got church in the morning. So
No problem.
it was
Thanks for
good
stopping
finding
in.
your channel.
Yeah, no problem. Oh, look, do
Can't
you have
read it.
one yourself?
This is what you texted me the other day. I can't see the words.
What's that? Oh, yeah, I remember that. What's it say again? I forget.
I was in the Navy. It's okay. At least we can be friends. You can help me pick out cute outfits.
God damn.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, this Bud Light's for you.
You're gonna be the friend without benefits.
Luckily, I'm married and I don't have to worry about that anymore.
Right.
But
yeah,
that's
nobody.
Nice to meet you, dude.
Nice to meet you guys.
Yeah, do you have a channel, Luke Leaf?
I don't have a channel. I just watch.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
So,
well,
all right.
If you get a check me out. I'm the right strapping.
All right. Yeah, I'll check it out.
I'm the crazy redneck stuck in Washington State.
Well, it sounds like it's fun.
Have a good night,
Well,
bud.
have a good night.
Gotta
Bye.
tried to message Big Matt, tried to get him to come in here and harass you some, but they got big bad weather down that way or something going on, and his internet's too crappy right now to get on right now.
That's fine. No big deal.
I know Florida got hit the other day pretty hard.
If I do these lives, they'll probably always have to be Saturday night. It'll be like one of the nights that can work out. Me and Steve were supposed to do the Ozark channel tomorrow, but I got to work.
The wife and I cut most of the yard. She finished it up yesterday. And then today we were in the backyard looking at the rose plants that she's got, and had these little bitty freaking bugs all over it. And she's like, cut them out. And I'm like, well, we can just trim it back. We ain't got to cut them completely out. She about butchered them anyways, but she was freaking out about those bugs, and so we spent half the day freaking cutting rose bushes and trying to keep the bugs off her. It was freaking hilarious as ever.
There's the link if you want to come up, HB. You might as well. It's just the three of us.
Oh, I can't stay too much longer. I just wanted to come up and harass you a little bit, and also y'all were talking trap and stuff, and
yeah. Well, I got raided. Do you know Iowa Trapper, or know of him?
I've seen his stuff a few times. I've seen him in a live stream. I think he was at Big Matt's live stream once, or somebody's, and then I went to his live stream one time. But
1 second, HB. Okay. Should be in like Flint.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got the Ron Jeremy.
Yeah, that's my new avatar forever.
How are you feeling? You feeling any better, or are you feeling worse?
I'm not really feeling worse. I'm just so sick of sleeping.
Is it the big C?
Yeah, for sure.
That's what I thought.
I think things will be a little bit better tomorrow, because then I can at least get this stupid heart monitor off.
I went through what you're going through about 2 years ago, so I get it.
It's like, I mean, it's. I think it's been really mild for me. I haven't even really had a stuffy nose or anything like that. I've had a slight cough, but it's mostly just a slight headache and just extremely tired the entire day. Like I can't get enough sleep.
Yeah, that's a big one with that. You're gonna be tired for like a month.
Yeah, and then you can't sleep that long either, because like laying down so much makes you so damn sore. You can't win.
You can only lay in bed for so long, and then it's just hurts.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I went to the ER the other night because I'm like, man, my heart just doesn't feel right, and I happened to mention that to them, so they did an EKG, and they're like, yeah, sure enough, yeah, you definitely got some irregular beats going on. So threw a heart monitor on me for 48 hours, and hopefully that goes away with the C.
Right.
You know, they keep telling me I got these problems, and then they do all these tests and everything comes back, and they say, well, you appear to be more healthier than most average teenagers.
Well, I mean, that's nothing to complain about.
Like, yeah, Yeah, but if I walk more than 100 yards, I get lightheaded and I pass out. I got 8 herniated discs in my back. My blood pressure is way high. But
Oh yeah, I mean, when I went in there the other night, my blood pressure started at like it was like 210 over like 100.
haven't been quite that bad.
Yeah, that was probably one of my highs.
Highest I've gotten so far was 195 over, I think it was 106.
Yeah. The last symptom I had HB was a body rash.
Huh. You shouldn't touch yourself like that.
Well, it wasn't from that.
Glad you said it before I did.
But I did. I started like my chest turned red, and it was like I was already on some kind of steroids, and then I had to take even more steroids or something different there at the end. But that was the last thing I remember.
Well, they did give
That
me
was-
an option to take like that. There's a new medicine, to help with getting rid of it, or so it doesn't get as bad or whatever. Some
Mhm.
pill or whatever.
It was
But, like-
something I can't remember.
Like I was, mine is so mild right now. Like I'm like, well, I'd probably get worse things from the side effects of the pill than just dealing with what I got right now. I mean,
The one thing I do remember about it is I would get better, and then I'd get worse, which is something I've never had with like a cold or a flu before. Like I'd be fine, and I'd be fine even almost for a week straight, and then I'd go down again.
huh?
But I had like the worst one, I think. I don't know. I actually never even technically got checked. They just figured that's what it was.
I hope this is as bad as it gets, and I hope it's almost done.
But
So I'm ready to
thankfully,
sleep normally again.
the kids all got it. They were over it in like 2 days. Wife got double pneumonia from it. So she dealt with that. I was just like really tired. My body hurt
Yeah, that's basically all I'm dealing with,
for
really.
the most part. Sinuses,
My sinus, I get stuffy. I've been stuffy like, I don't know, maybe an hour or two out of like the last couple days. So
right?
that's probably more to do with allergies and the actual weather outside, because it's snowing again now.
I'm surprised my allergies haven't really bothered me this year. Because normally, if I start seeing cherry blossoms, then I might as well lock myself up inside, because my nose and my eyes just start swelling up. But this year, they're blooming, but it hasn't really hit me so much. Watch, tomorrow it'll freaking hit me, and I'll be like, damn it.
Yeah, you should have said something.
Jeez.
I'm really hoping for my sense of smell to go. Like that's actually one thing that I'm hoping for, because my sense of smells, like, ever since I quit smoking, like, it could be a superpower. It's horrible. Like, I get headaches from every little smell.
I'm allergic to perfumes and fragrances and stuff.
Yep, same here. Like, if I smell any sort of fragrance, it's like instant headache, like migraine headache.
It is amazing how many guys put freaking stuff on, and I'm like, man, you smell worse than the ladies do. My wife is finally starting to learn that I'm allergic to that stuff, and she's not wearing as much as she usually does. But
my mom will use that white diamond stuff, and her excuse is like, well, it makes me not stink. I'm like, no, it makes you stink. Like, No, don't ever wear that shit again. Like it's so bad.
Yeah. So Steve's probably not. Sounds like Steve ain't feeling too good.
No, I haven't talked to him since last night. Maybe was it last night? I don't remember. My days are kind of all running together right now. Maybe the night before. I don't know.
Oh, I can't keep track of them either.
Disabled, retired. I don't hardly work anymore. I just do trapping, and so people ask me, "What's today?" And I'm like, "I don't know." Where's my phone? I'll tell you in a minute.
I couldn't tell you what day of the week it is in the wintertime.
I don't even know what year it is half the time.
Well, I have to write the date at work every night, so I kind of do know what year it is.
Well, the wife just stuck her head out here. And realized I was talking to y'all, but I think she wants me to go in there for some reason. So I'm gonna jump off here. I will.
Enjoy your happy time.
Yeah, have fun.
It wasn't looking like it was gonna be happy. It was time. It was like you screwed up, and I want to talk to you right now about it.
Well, sometimes spankings are okay.
Enjoy your flogging.
Yeah, crossing the equator again.
I'm a shellback. I'm a shellback.
I am.
I am too.
Been across.
Why the hell would I know that? The only reason I know that stupid term is because I am one.
I've been across 3 times.
I think twice for me, but it could be more. I don't remember.
But y'all have a good night and stay away from that Bud Light, Matthew.
You got it. Like I said, I only sit down to pee now.
At least you don't have to worry about it splattering everywhere.
Exactly. I just tuck it down and go.
Sometimes I get too tired of standing there and I got to sit down. But all right, we'll talk to y'all later. Have a good
See ya,
one.
Coyote.
See ya.
Never give up. See ya.
So when did you start going live? New thing or what?
2 hours and 20 minutes ago. Oh, I've been live before. It's just been a while. Maybe, I don't know.
I saw you say you were going live, and then it's one of my game nights. So
It's been 2 months. I go long periods of time without doing it. I try not to make it a habit, but I'll do it every once in a while. I mean, Steve's live so much, I don't even have to worry about it. So if all the same people that come over here go over there, so.
Yeah, that's true.
But I don't mind hosting every great once in a while.
At least we don't have to worry about all the women over here.
Yeah, I think I've had Jan come on one time.
What? Probably the last time.
That was like maybe 2 or 3 times ago, but yeah, she came on once. I think Brenda was in here tonight briefly, just in the chat, and that's about it. I don't have a lot of females watching my channel. I don't think.
Well, I
Pretty
mean,
much-
you
pretty
have all
much.
those Anheuser-Busch drinkers that watch your channel,
Right?
and you can never assume gender. So
I don't assume it. I know it. I was once told in a Walmart that I look intimidating by an old lady. And she asked me if I was a security guard, or she walked up to me. I was just standing in Walmart waiting on my buddy to finish his checking out. And she walks up to me. She goes, "Do you work here?" And I said, "No." She's like, "Are you a security guard?" He said, no. And she said, well, you look intimidating. And I said, thank you.
Should have been like, well, your mustache is intimidating.
I try to look as intimidating as I can every time I'm in Walmart, lady. I don't know why. That stuck with me for a while.
Walmart's a pretty scary place, so you never know.
I'm glad at least little old ladies think I'm intimidating. I can lift a gallon of milk. I probably am to you.
Well, if they ever ask your name, just tell them it's Cinnamon.
Cinnamon. Big Red. Oh. How long do you feel like being on here?
I just came up because you forced me. So.
Oh,
okay.
I mean,
whenever you're ready. I mean, that's fine. Like,
I'll go to the top of the hour.
I'm still sick, so
I'll go a little bit past the top of the hour for you since you just came up.
Oh, okay, Steve.
I don't know. He's got that ingrained. I'll go to the top of the hour. I ain't got his laugh down. Hey, girl. Hey, bear.
No more of that. I don't want to laugh too much.
It
hurts.
For Steve having a channel called The Backwoods Misfit, he sure draws in a lot of ladies.
Well, ladies like those bad boys, you know?
I guess. You would never thought like with a backwoods channel like that, it would be like 3/4 of the people would be women.
Yeah, it is kind of surprising.
It is. It is. That's surprising I have any at all.
Maybe I need to start going live all the time, get the ladies drooling all over me.
It seems like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. Women like talking, I guess.
Well, I mean, there's no denying that.
They don't shut up, do they?
No, they don't.
You're never going to come on one of mine and have to worry about, well, let me wait a minute to get a word in.
Well, I mean, yeah, it wouldn't be that bad if, they would just breathe. I mean, you can't have a conversation with people if it's only one person talking.
That happens a lot.
It does.
It's like, is that person gonna shut the hell up eventually, or?
That's why a lot of times, like, I'll be up on panel or whatever, and like I'll just be sitting there. I won't even try to say anything because it's pointless to even try.
I already told you. Sometimes I just ghost. I just leave. I'll text Steve like, yeah, see you later.
I do the same thing.
You weren't gonna see or hear when I left, so.
Or I'll be in the chat and I'll be like seeing who's up on panel. Like, yeah, I'm not going up there.
I might be able to get a high in, but.
Well, maybe.
Maybe. I found some mushrooms today. If you know what those are. That was an interesting surprise because I wasn't looking for them. Well,
I was talking about those the other night.
I wasn't. I did. I mean, I went out of my way and I walked into the woods, but I was fishing. They just happened to be growing right near the lake. That's how I find a lot of them.
You got to find the trippy ones.
Yeah.
I think those are the spores that Jan wanted.
These ones just taste good. I watched a stand-up comedian the other day, and he was talking about doing mushrooms for the first time. And he thought they were mushroom chips. So he ate the entire bag. And then he went to the hotel room and he said He looked like he was melting in the mirror or something. He's like, that ain't good.
I think those chips were bad.
But he called the guy that gave him them like, hey, what's in these? I would be way too scared to try any psychedelics. That would be way out of my wheelhouse.
Yeah, same. I've been offered that stuff plenty of times in my life, but
I mean, I've seen them once or twice, but I've never been tempted to eat them. Never.
Yeah, it never tempted me. Never tried them.
I know they just made them legal somewhere. Colorado, maybe.
Literally, the only thing I would ever do would be weed, and that's it. Like anything else, no.
A quarter of the country does that.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, probably more than that, honestly. It's just like
I'm in one of the only places it's not legal.
It's medical here, but not recreational.
We don't even have medical here.
It went to recreational up in Michigan, where Jess is from.
Yep, I got a couple friends who drive up there quite often.
They love their gummies up there, that's for sure.
Yeah, they either go to Illinois or they go to Michigan, and I think Minnesota is medical.
I wouldn't have any trouble finding it if I wanted it, but
I mean, me either.
it's not my thing, never was. Crap's expensive on top of that, and I'm too cheap.
Yeah, I hear that. I have much more interesting stuff to spend my money on.
Stick with beer.
Stick with Bud Light.
That's right. It is disheartening because Bud Light was always my go-to, and it's like, now what do I do?
I drink it anyway. Who the hell cares? Like, it's not like the flavor changed. Who cares about the advertising? Drink what you want to drink. Who cares?
I think now that if you show up to the party with your friends and you have a 12-pack of Bud Light, you're going to get harassed. Now.
See, I'm okay with that because that just means they're not going to drink my beer.
That is true. And a lot of times I used to drink a lot of beers that people didn't really necessarily care for, and I never had to worry about that.
Yeah,
until it was the end of the night and people didn't give a crap what it was. They're like, "Oh, you got one of I don't really like Blue Moon." And then at the end of the night when they're wasted, they're like, "Give me a Blue Moon."
I mean, look at this. I like Michelob Ultra because it doesn't give me headaches, and I'm not going to stop drinking it just because of advertisement and other people's beliefs. Like, I care less. It doesn't affect me. Like, advertising, whatever they want to do, doesn't change the taste. So why should I give a crap about it?
Right.
I'm not going to let other people tell me what to drink.
I literally didn't even know what was like. If someone didn't tell me what was going on with Bud Light, I would have never knew.
Well, I had to look it up. Like
I didn't know
because I'm like, what's the big deal about it? And I looked. I'm like, oh well, who cares? Like, it's advertising, man. Like, it doesn't affect you. Like,
it doesn't affect. No, they stepped on their own feet. You know, they're the ones. If they want to run themselves out of business, go ahead.
Yeah.
By stupid ad campaigns, but
I mean, like, I don't understand.
It's just one of those things where it's know your audience. You know, like if you're a beer, just if you sell beer and you make beer, you should know your audience by now. My God. College frats, probably big on the list, young people. Alcoholics.
I mean, alcoholics aren't going to know better anyway, so.
Well, you're not going to have that. You could put some guy dressed in pink riding a unicorn with a leprechaun on his back, and the alcoholics are still going to drink your beer. More than likely.
I mean, true. People drink what they think tastes good. They like. I don't think the advertising really makes all that much difference at all.
Right. Right.
Everybody knows the beer exists. Like even if they stopped advertising altogether, people would still drink it because people know what they don't like already. Like it
Man.
doesn't matter.
Sometimes I'll go out and drop some money on a 6-pack of fancy beer like Goose Island or Flat Tire, but not very often. What other was like the Line and Googles? I kind of liked them for a little while. I know that's a Wisconsin thing, right?
I think so.
I think so.
I used to
Either
like
that or-
Spotted Cow, but unfortunately, it's not a light beer, so I get headaches really bad from it. Even like one drink.
I know my limits. Like after about 7 or 8, I know I'm gonna get a headache. So when I drink now, I try to keep it around 6 when I drink, which is not that often. I'm probably like once a month, maybe twice a month I'll drink.
I'm like a once or twice a year.
Oh wow. I see, I thought I was lightweight.
I used to be a really heavy drinker, and like my dad was a big alcoholic. Like he'd go through a whole bottle of vodka every single day.
I was a worse drunk before I was 21.
Yeah, me too. As soon as I turned 21, I was like, it's boring now.
Yeah. Yeah,
There's no
like
risk in it.
when I legally couldn't get it, and especially in the military because you drink like it's the end of the world. But when I was in, it was game on. And I mean, I had no trouble getting it even obviously I was in a foreign country, so it was like, can you see above the bar? Here's your beer.
Even if you can't, here's your beer.
Yeah. As long as you don't have pigtails, we're gonna sell you a beer. Yeah. But what was I gonna say? Oh, I got lucky because they made the drinking age in Okinawa, Japan on base 20 because they could do that over there. So I'm probably one of the few people on earth that can say I got bumped a year to be legal. So I only had to wait till I was 20. But then here's the funny part. What was it? So I turned 20 in Japan and I could legally drink. And then I went home on leave for 10 days. But for 5 of those days, it was illegal for me to drink. Then I turned 21 while I was on leave. So the first 5 days, I couldn't purchase alcohol after being legal for a year to purchase alcohol. That right there, that'd get your goat. You're like, I was already buying it. Now I can't buy it? I'm like, oh, yeah, it's 21 here. Jesus.
I thought it was funny. When my niece turned 18, she's like all happy because she could, buy her e-cigs and stuff like that legally or whatever. And then they went and changed the smoking age to 21, so that she could buy it again.
Yeah, I mean, into my 30s when they made that rule, so I was like, yeah, whatever. It sucks to be young, I guess.
I mean, I truly believe that if you're old enough to join the military, you're old enough to drink and you're old enough to smoke and do whatever you want to, buddy. But
those people, the thing is the people that are in the military, they're going to. 100%. That doesn't stop them. The problem with the military in that regard is they might go after you for it under certain circumstances. That's what sucks. Like you can lose your rank and time and money for it while you're in there if you get in trouble while you're drunk. So you kind of do have to be like here's an example. Like my brother-in-law Mike, Jess's brother, he was well into his 20s when he went in there. I was 18. So he never had to worry about any kind of drinking ages. But the thing with us was since we were drivers, they could come into your room at any given time and say, "Hey, I need you to go on the road right now." And Mike would always have the perfect excuse of, "Well, I can't drive. I've been drinking." And they would have to honor that. Now, me sitting right across from him drinking a beer, they would look at me and then be like, "We need you to go on the road." And I'd be like, "Okay." Because I can't say, "Well, I've been drinking under 20 over there." So I couldn't use that. So I would have to go drive because I couldn't say I was or I'd get in trouble.
See, that's why I'm saying that, you know, if you're old enough to join the military, you should be old enough to drink. Like, why not just make drinking 18 and smoking 18? Like, I mean, you're considered an adult then. Like,
Oh, yeah. I know.
just like for porn, you're supposed to be 21 or older.
It's amazing. You can go over there and, you know, watch your buddy like get blown in half.
Yeah,
And then you come
exactly.
back
Like
and somebody gets to tell you, "Oh,
that's
well,
what
you
I'm saying.
can't,
If you're qualified to
can't
go
drink."
join the military, then you should be able to fucking do everything else an adult
I
can
know
do
you
too.
shot 20. I know you shot 20 people in the head, rode over an IED, and watched your friend get blown in half. But you can't have a
But you
Bud
can't have
Light.
a beer. Yeah. Yeah, that's messed up.
How somebody could look at you with a straight face and say that is beyond me. Yeah, and by the way, now you can't smoke a cigarette. It's like, Jesus.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks. I guess maybe don't send me to the front lines then, since I'm a child in your eyes.
Yeah, I guess you better go in my stead.
Yeah. Well, I've heard some people say they need to just make the military age 21. There you go. Problem solved.
Yeah.
I don't have any problem with that. If they won't move it down, move that one up. Make it fair.
Yeah, there's no reason that they should have a different age for that.
21 still plenty of young. Your back's still good. You can go in there and do your 4 years and be fine. My brother-in-law Mike went in at 24, so I know it's fine. The cutoff I think is 29. If you're a Marine, you can't go in any older than that. That might be different for other branches. I think the Marine Corps is the youngest one. You can't. They might have the youngest entry age.
Huh.
They don't want old people in there. You can't be. You're of no use.
I lost a friend because of like he wanted to join the military, and like apparently he was expecting me to join with him, but like I've had health issues all my life, and like there's no chance hell they would have ever taken me. And so yeah, he stopped talking to me, called me trailer trash just because I didn't join the military. And so I mean I don't really get along too well with military people. I get along with some people like you, because you actually have a good attitude. You're a funny guy, and you're not just a, you know, somebody
I
with
don't
a
rub
stick up their ass.
people's face in it for not joining.
Yeah, I mean everybody's got their thing, you know. Like you don't look down on other people if you know they're unable to do stuff or don't want to do stuff. Like this is their life; they can choose it.
Exactly. I could care less what you did with your life.
I mean,
If
I
you were,
kind of wish I could have, because like just the ability to be able to travel, you know, to different countries and stuff like that, like Japan. Japan sounds awesome, but
you know, if you were in the Marines, we'd have more to talk about. But that's about it.
true. I mean, sorry,
Like,
we got our stripper talk and stuff.
as far as that goes, you know, I have almost all my buddies from back home didn't go in, so we're still friends. Like nothing changed.
Yeah, that's what I didn't understand about this guy, because like we were friends like all our lives, and okay, I mean, and the thing is, he didn't even bring
Some
it up to
people,
me. He just you know, threw it down on me like, well, you didn't join the military when I did. Like, well, I didn't know I was supposed to.
well, no, you can't go around thinking like that. That won't get you anywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
Dad didn't join. I don't look down on him. My mom didn't join. You know,
I mean, my dad was in the Navy, but
gotta hate my parents for it? No, my dad worked construction his whole life. He's still a man in my eyes.
yeah, I mean, like I said, like there's no reason to look down on people for their choices. Like it's their life. You have no control over that. Nobody should ever have control over somebody else's life.
No, no, I don't. I don't even bring it up a lot of times. I'm getting so far away from it now to where I don't really like throw it. Like everyone on the live knows I am now by now, but I don't like try to throw it out there to strangers too much. I'd rather people just like me for who I am, not what I did. That
I mean,
kind of
that's
thing.
just how it should be anyway.
I would rather someone just appreciate me for who I am and not what I did.
Yeah, I'm totally on board with that.
It sucks what I did. It fucking sucks, but I'm not gonna go around. And I might make a video about it, like Studio said, one day. I don't know. It's kind of a weird thing for me because, like I said, I've been out so long, and it'd be like one of those things. If I made a video about it, like talking about what I did, there'd be so much I'd have to leave out.
Well, that
'Cause
and
it
then
just-
the other like people see the video and then like there might a lot of people might have other questions and then they'll bombard you with questions or
Yeah, it's always
not everybody's respectful. Like
how many people would you kill? How many people would you kill? That's always one.
yeah,
Like, do you think that's what people want to be asked?
yeah. Do you really think people want to remember
We just don't want to
things
be
they've
effed
seen?
with.
Like
We are blending back in with you. That's what we want. We just want to blend back in. I don't want someone to know me from Adam on the street. I
yeah.
know I still got a little bit of the stupid haircut going on. Maybe I got the hair off the ears a little
Well, I
bit,
mean,
but
your stupid haircut can't be helped.
that's that's more of a it's hot in summer kind of haircut. And I work road construction, and I'm around 350-degree asphalt.
Yeah, like I said, you do you. Who cares what the people think?
A lot of guys would say, "When I get out, I'm going to grow my hair down to my ass, grow a beard, grow all that." And I did grow a beard, but I don't like having too much hair on my head anymore. I will say that.
I've always wanted to like grow my hair out and stuff like that, and go for the whole
My
hobo
hair
look.
tends to grow. It grows into a mullet if I let it. Like that's what it becomes.
Oh God, I just pictured you with a mullet.
That's when I was like 5, 6 years old. I had a mullet, and that was and I had a natural mullet. They didn't cut my hair that way. That's just how it grows. My hair becomes a mullet, so that's why I keep it short on purpose. Anyway, I don't want a mullet.
Oh, now I think you should grow it out.
What is that? Party in the front, party in the back. I forget what that means.
I forget. It's something like that though.
Yeah.
If I ever saw you with a mullet, I think I'd probably die.
Oh, I have to send you a picture one day if I could find an old kid picture of me. I'm definitely rocking one pretty hard. I don't even look like me anymore when I was a kid. Like you can't tell it was me. I look like totally different.
Yeah, now you spend most of your time around a pole.
Some people I had this guy I was in kindergarten with one time, and I saw him at a bar a few years ago, and I just looked at him and I was like, "Sean?" And he's like, "Yeah." And he looked at me, he's like, "Who are you?" And I was like, that's the only thing I could think of. Like, man, you still have the same face from kindergarten. How the hell do I know you? Like, that was just like 20-year recall right there. Ugh. 3 beers in, and I'm feeling the buzz. Might have one more just to go to sleep.
So you're back
I have
working 6 days a week, huh?
not yet. More like 5 right now, but it'll probably change this week. I had the last 2 weekends off surprisingly, but that's been more due to the weather than the job. Heck, we were supposed to work Thursday and Friday night, but it rained both nights, so I got off scot-free.
Well, that's nice. At least it's easing you back into it.
Oh yeah, it's definitely been eased back in because usually I'm thrown in the fire the first day. This year, it's just like I've pretty well been coddled the first 2 weeks. Like we haven't done a whole lot yet. We're doing a lot of nothing really this last 2 weeks. But that, like I said, weather. It's been cold, unseasonably cold. It's been raining a lot. Not a lot of road construction happens during that.
I'm ready for the dang snow to be done. Oh God. It was just like 70 degrees yesterday again. And
I can't believe
back to this.
You have snow, really?
Yeah, it's snowing right now.
Like a couple inches on the ground or what?
Let me look at my cameras. Let's see. I mean, the grass is white. I mean, it's not really gonna stay very long because it looks like it's.
You got a dusting.
Yeah, it's kind of on the verge right now. Like, well, originally they were calling for like blizzard conditions this weekend.
Jesus. Well, it's gonna be 41 degrees for a high Monday, which pisses me off. That plays hell on your stuff when you've already had 80-degree days. Our friggin' tree in our yard didn't bloom this year because of the shitty winter we got.
Yeah, I mean, we had like almost a whole week of like in the 80s, close to the 90s, and then it went back down to like the 30s and 20s. Like it's been kind of like between 20s and 40s since, and now this stupid snow again. I think it's like a mix of snow and freezing rain, though. It's kind of what it looks like. Yeah, there you go. Keep yourself lubricated.
I'm always lubricated, you know that.
Well, you wouldn't be city buns otherwise.
City buns. Man, I got caught in a rainstorm coming home tonight. Had to frickin' put all my crap away in friggin' pouring rain. It sucked. Everything got soaked. We're not getting snow anymore, but we're definitely getting a crap ton of rain. Snow's done. It hasn't snowed in May since I've been alive that I can remember. It has snowed in April here, though. Usually not enough to notice.
We had quite a bit of snow in April.
We live in friggin' Wisconsin, man.
A couple weeks ago, I think we had like 4 or 6 inches.
Isn't the state above you Canada?
It sure is.
Well, you know what? Technically, part of Ohio has Michigan above it, but the other part of it is the only thing between like the eastern part of Ohio and Canada is a lake. So I guess I can't say anything.
I mean, I live further north than some Canadians do.
Yeah, you do. Especially the ones above me.
Yep.
You know, Windsor. I think it's Windsor. Windsor's where a lot of people used to go get beer when they were younger, especially if you're from Michigan. Oh, I guess that would be the lower part of Ontario above me. Don't.
I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
I have a friend that lives kind of over
I've
there.
only stood in Canada for like 20 minutes one time, and that was to go get a Canadian fishing license. That's it. Their heads didn't bob up and down. I didn't notice anything different.
Were they all super friendly?
Dude, I was like 8. Like, to say I was stood in Canada would be like, yeah, I stood on an island to go get a license, or my dad did. I didn't need one. But yeah, if you go up to Lake Erie, and the last time I was up with the dude that I go out for walleye with, all the GPSs, fish finders, they're real fancy now. You can see the border on the lake, and it's like a dotted line that goes straight across the middle of the lake. And if you cross that line even a little bit, the Canadian Coast Guard will be all over you.
Huh.
If you come in there unannounced, yeah, you have to announce that you're coming in. And then if you're going to fish in their waters, you got to have their license. They will slaughter you if you don't. Now, you would think if two countries share a lake that you would have maybe like some kind of leniency, but there is none.
Yeah, that's kind of dumb.
I think so. I mean, I wouldn't care if the Canadians came down and fished our side, or if we went up there and fished their side, as long as there was they should just have a mutual set of rules for that, but they don't. It's just like it's water.
Yeah,
But I guess
mean it should just be
at least with fishing. I'm not talking about going in and out, sneaking stuff across, and just fishing.
Yeah, but I mean they could just monitor the shoreline instead anyway.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you can go across. You just have to announce it. But now, I don't know. It's been a while, but now you might have to have a passport to go to Canada.
I'm pretty sure you do.
Yeah. So I don't know how that works on the lake. That's interesting. I'd have to look that up. I know that captain I was with, he was like, because we were like running that line one day, and he had me steering the boat while he was doing some stuff in the back, and he was like, "Don't cross that line." He's like, "You go across that dotted line, we're in trouble." That's just an invisible line on the lake that you can only see with a GPS.
I mean, if it's that important, maybe they should just string a whole bunch of buoys.
Yeah, there's nothing. There's nothing out there. You wouldn't, if you didn't have all this like technology, you wouldn't see it. I mean, if you were just on a boat with nothing on it, if you just had a radio or something,
Yeah,
you wouldn't know when you hit the border and when you didn't.
yeah, I'd say like not everybody can afford the high tech equipment,
think-
but the thing
I think
is like I think if you're out on that lake, you can probably afford the equipment.
I think you would just see a boat come out to you and they'd like, "Get the hell on your side." More than likely, that's probably what would happen.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think they'd want to start an international incident over it, like people fishing. That's
I can tell
kind of a
you
waste
that
of money, time.
people probably cross that line unannounced all the time. But yeah,
Yeah, I mean, if somebody's out there fishing and it's accidental or like they're not causing any harm, like they're not going to start an international incident over it.
no,
It would cost them more money and time than it's worth.
right.
Yeah, because they imagine all the reports they'd have to fill out. And testimonies and all that other shit. Yeah, there's
God, do you know how many hours you get on StreamYard every month for
I have
free?
no idea. The only time I use it is when I come up on people's stuff.
I think
I want to. I think I
Is
remember
it
somebody
20?
saying like 20 hours or something.
Yeah, that sounds right. Well, if this is still it, I know it restarts every month. So me using this at the end of the month means nothing, even though I'm at 3 hours right now. So it's not going to matter come Monday. It'll all restart. And I've never even, I think the most I've used in 1 month is like maybe 10. No, I'll never probably ever have to buy it because I don't go live every night like Steve does or every other 2 days or whatever. I don't do it enough. I don't have time to do it enough.
All I ever want to do is just, I don't know, come cause trouble. So I mean that's all I come online for.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I don't think Steve knew what to think of me the first time I started coming on there because I just started saying all the same stuff I say nowadays. Just like, because now he just says something like, "Oh, that's just Matt," but at first he was probably like, "What the hell is this guy all about?"
We need to kick this douchebag.
he was
He probably didn't know how, and then he got to know you.
yeah, he was like, I think he used to say, "Are you kidding?" a lot. Are you kidding? Are you for real? They used to say stuff like, "If you don't subscribe to my channel, I'll mail my wife and kids to Canada," or something like that. He'd be like, "What?"
Yeah, sometimes Steve's a little too nice. I keep telling him that he needs to not be so nice all the time and tell people just to shut the hell up. Like he can't even get a word in on his own channel half the time.
Yeah, he just gets quiet. You just be quiet for a while.
Like he'll try to say
He's
something,
like,
and people just
"Oh,
keep
I'm
on
still here.
yapping.
Oh, I'm still here."
So he's sick or something, huh?
I think so. Or he's not. He just said he wasn't feeling good or something. So I just left him alone. I did ask him. I did tell him I was going live, but I didn't figure he'd come. He's the one that helped me figure out StreamYard. I had no idea what I was doing when I first did this. I didn't like. I only even discovered there was such thing as a live stream maybe 2 years ago. Like,
Wow.
well, I mean, like what, 3 or 4 years ago, no one was. Well, I wouldn't say no one was doing it, but not everyone was doing it. Now everyone's doing it. And I think it even used to be a thing where if you were on YouTube and you did a live stream, it's because you had like 1,000 subscribers and YouTube allowed you to have one. And then this stuff came around, or you would have to do like a webcam and like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't think what StreamYard's relatively new, isn't it?
I think so.
Either that or I'm not hip with technology, I guess maybe.
I mean, I don't even really watch too many live streams myself. I mean, I watch a
Like,
ton of YouTube, but it's usually like tech channels or like DIY stuff. I like to learn how to do everything. So I'm a jack of all trades, master of none.
oh, 5 years ago or maybe 6 years ago, my buddy Chris was like, "Yeah, you should come on my Discord channel." I'm like, "What the hell's that?" And he sent me a link. I'm like, "What is this?" And I just hit the link and it took me there, and I'm like, what is this? And he's like, it's pretty much a chat room. And I found out later, I was like, yeah, it's a chat room for gamers. Why are we in here talking about trapping?
No, Discord's not just for gamers.
I think that's how it started off, though, right?
Kind of. Originally, we used to all use Skype, and then Discord came out, and well, we used to have Skype. We used to use Ventrilo and TeamSpeak, but like then Discord came out, and it was better than everything else. So
Yeah.
everybody just kind of started using that, and it's kind of been a main thing. I mean, I still pay for Skype. I use Skype as my regular telephone.
I have never. I think I've done like 1 or 2 video calls ever. I don't know if my phone's pretty outdated. I don't know if my phone can or cannot do that.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it can.
It's pretty outdated.
I mean, I have phones that are like 10, 15 years old, and they can do it.
They can still do it.
Yeah.
I've just never tried with this one. It's such a piece of crap. I've been waiting to go back to work to replace this stupid thing. Build up my funding again and go get a new one.
Just steal the wife's phone. She's got a nice phone.
Hell yeah, she does. The day her phone stopped working, she was out there getting a brand new one.
Yeah, she's got like that
your
Samsung
math
22 Ultra or something.
Oh, she's got.
It's like a $2,000 phone.
She's got like a really good one. Like she doesn't ever lose internet in that thing. Like my phone, this thing, like I fell off my own live already once up here tonight because my internet's kind of shoddy, but this phone just kind of doesn't really jive with the lives for whatever reason all the time, and it'll just all of a sudden kick me out of my own live, kick me out of somebody else's live, But it's really bad when you're hosting it when that happens. Like, thankfully.
So, are you connecting to your home Wi-Fi, or are you using the phone's internet?
I am on mine right now.
Okay.
But if my Wi-Fi, like, put it this way, like her phone, if our Wi-Fi kind of, goes in and out, her phone won't skip a beat. Like if she was on a live stream and our Wi-Fi went out, you probably wouldn't even notice it. When my Wi-Fi acts up a little bit, if I'm up here, it kicks me right off. And thankfully, when it happened tonight, I had somebody that was already up. So I just had to get back up. And I don't know what would have happened if he wasn't up when it kicked me off.
My guess is it probably would have just ended the stream. Maybe.
It might
I don't know.
But it didn't end the stream, I think, because Myron was already up here. And what's funny is Myron didn't even know I was gone. Because when I came back up, he was like finishing a sentence that I didn't hear, and I was just like, yeah. I just went with it.
Well, if Myron is the guy who reminds me of Chung, he probably wouldn't remember that.
Nah, he's a good dude. I think I met, Josh Amherst?
Name kind of sounds familiar. I don't really know.
Canadian. They're all Canadian. Let's put it that way.
Everyone's a Canadian.
I used to go on. The first live stream I ever went on was my buddies that you don't know, but then I started going on Big Matt's. I'm sure you know Big Matt.
Yeah.
So I went on Big Matt's, and then I met Steve. Then I'd always be on Steve's. Then sometimes I would be on Josh's. And I was usually on one of those 3. And that's pretty well where I was at. I've been on a few others, but I kind of like those 3 because I know the people there.
I very
I'll be
rarely go on other people's streams. I usually only go
Yeah,
on Steve's, and
if it's a bunch of people you don't know, why bother?
yeah,
They'll be like hi, and that's it. That's what you'll get the rest of the time, unless you like come on there every day and then But I don't remember. They were always like pretty welcoming on Steve's and Big Matt's. They were always like, even if you were a stranger, they're like, hey, come on in. Yeah, cool, whatever.
at least on Steve's, I know I won't get kicked.
Some of them, I like, well, and Myron's. Myron, you can set a puppy on fire on his. He don't care what you do. Like Steve doesn't want you saying the F bomb maybe every 30 seconds, and Big Matt doesn't want you swearing a lot, which I get. But yeah, like and Josh's was anything goes, Myron's anything goes, and then people would see how I am, and then every time I go on live, people are like, "Well, time to get naked. Matt's live. Anything goes on his channel." And I've actually had to delete a couple of them because people get stupid on mine, or they used to. I had to delete. One dude came up on drugs one night. That was like my first or second live stream ever. I had to delete that one. That dude was on meth or something. And that was when I learned, oh, don't just let anyone up. Like, oh, okay, you better screen some calls. And then I had some people come up saying some words they shouldn't say. I was like, I can't have that on here.
Yeah, I cringe a little bit sometimes when Anne Marie tells the story of the dog or whatever that someone wanted her to name it, and she just says it like it's nothing. I'm like, you probably shouldn't be just saying that on YouTube.
Yeah.
I'm sure you know which word I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know. That's why I had to delete my live streams over that crap. Yeah. Like you know, if you say the F word,
I'm
whatever.
yeah,
But
she's not saying it like to be mean or
yeah, I
anything,
know.
but like
I know.
I she's older, so I don't think it really clicks with her that she just
I just
really should not say that word. Just
You can say
abbreviate it
whatever
or
you
something.
want,
But
but I really don't want people come up here saying racist crap because
yeah,
that'll get me booted off YouTube really fast.
yep.
And I think I ended the stream one time because of it, because I let the wrong person up, and whatever. That's why I'm real careful who I let up now.
Well, you let me up.
Well, yeah, I let you up, and then I knew I got raided tonight, so I knew all those people coming in tonight were from the Iowa Trapper dude, so I knew they were probably cool. But if I know I'm not getting raided and I don't recognize the person, I'm kind of the mind of what a few of the other people do. It's like, hey, let me get to know you at least for a little bit. Because I don't know what you're all about. You could come up here talking some crazy shit, and I don't want that.
Yeah.
You could say, I don't care if you say swear words, but I don't want you coming up here friggin' acting like a psycho either.
I mean, showing off Ron Jeremy pics and
That's
yeah.
not psycho. That's just funny. There's a difference. There's a difference between an actual psychotic and being funny.
You like my new avatar?
Yeah,
Worked hard on
pretty
that.
cool. Yeah, you copy and pasted it on the Burger King face.
I sure did. Turned
I
out
got
way
one.
better than anticipated.
I got one. I don't know if I can. I don't think I can change my avatar while I'm up here, but I got one that you would like. Someone made for me. I'll have to come up with it next time.
And I was planning on getting everybody's mirrors and stuff like that out beginning of this next month, but I think I'm going to wait until I actually totally feel better because I don't want to contaminate packages and send them out to everybody either.
Yeah, until you
I
just
mean,
said that, I actually forgot all about it.
Redbeard's been bugging me about it, so I need to get it out, but it's like I don't really want to contaminate packages. And
Are they done?
yeah, it's all done. I got packing material, I got the boxes, like I just literally got to print a label and send them.
Oh, okay.
That's all they've been waiting for. Is my printer had died, a bit back or whatever, and so
Oh.
I
I'm of the mind I didn't even know I wanted or needed it, so it's not like if you send it to me at Christmas, that'll still be fine.
yeah, I mean,
No
like I
rush.
keep telling everybody, I'll get them out when I get them out. I mean, I'm giving you guys them for free,
Yeah,
so
exactly.
like,
It's just
don't
like
tell me
when
when I
someone
need to
says,
get it to you by.
well, it's like if I tell you I'm going to give you $1,000, you shouldn't care when I give it to you.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Like you'll get it when you get it, but you're going to get it.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to sell mirrors and stuff like that and take orders from people because it seems like a lot of YouTubers, and Steve's lives and stuff like that are all interested in it and stuff. But like, the only way I can accept money for it early would be like PayPal.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't really want to deal with that because that counts as income for me, and that could mess with my monthly income. And if it messes with my monthly income, then it's absolutely pointless for me to do it anyway because I'd be basically doing it for free anyway. So
Right.
I have to keep telling people, the people I've already done the stuff for, I'm going to send it out, but I'm not doing it for anybody else unless I feel like it.
Right. Right.
I got one person that asks like every single time he sees me. It's like, I told you already, I'm not doing it anymore, dude.
Yeah.
Like I don't mind doing stuff for some people, like, but yeah, I'm sure I could make hundreds or thousands of dollars if I did sell the stuff, but then you got to pay taxes on that crap, and I'm too
Right.
lazy to deal with that stuff.
Right.
I just want to do my own thing.
No, I get it.
Hell, I haven't even fired up my laser in like a couple weeks now because, well,
Yeah,
not feeling good and then being sick, and it's like, ugh, I don't feel like doing
I
anything.
mean, do you have a day job? I take it probably, right?
No,
Oh, you don't?
nope. I've been disabled since I was like 21.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
So yeah, like I said, the PayPal thing would mess with my monthly income, and I can't afford that.
I see. I see.
Why is my team viewer icon so blue? I've never seen it so blue before. Sorry, just weird icon on my desktop. Like, what the hell is that? No, I just sit here and I don't know, educate myself, learn how to do stuff, and then build stuff and do gaming, story my life, get sick, apparently.
Well, unfortunately, my hobby's fishing, so it forces me to leave the house to do it. But yeah, there could be worse hobbies.
Yeah, I used to do some fishing with my brother here and there, but it's not really my thing. So I kind of just did it just to appease him, I guess. But if I do
my
like
head.
if I like any kind of fishing, it's probably frog fishing for bass because just the moment of the strike is exciting.
Yeah, the thump's always fun. Yeah, that's what I did today. I was actually pissed because I upgraded to 10-pound braid a few weeks back, and I didn't retie my knot today, and the first fish I hooked broke my line. I was like,
Oh man,
damn it.
it's gonna be one of those days.
It's gonna be one of those days, and it was too, because it was like after that I didn't really get any good hits, and I was like, well, sometimes the first hit's the best hit of the day, and that's true sometimes. And it was just all downhill from the day. I mean, we were really struggling in a place that you shouldn't really have to struggle to catch fish, and it was just one of those days. They were fishing a gravel pit, for God's sake. It's so full of bass. There's like 1 million bass in there, and they just wouldn't bite today. It's like fishing in Bass Pro Shops if you go on the right day. In the like in the Bass Pro Shop aquarium. I mean, it's that. I mean, I can take someone who doesn't really have the concept of fishing and put them on fish if I take them there. Like if I took Steve there, it'd probably blow his mind. Like he might eventually come here. Who knows?
Just don't leave a fillet knife in the boat.
Why?
Oh, me, him, and my brother, we were fishing this one time, and it was windy as hell, and we were just in this little John boat that we had rented, and like the anchor was chained to the boat, so like there's no way of just cutting anchor or anything like that, and we had dropped anchor fishing and stuff, and then like it was starting to get stormy and even windier, and the anchor was stuck on a stump or something, and we couldn't get loose, and Steve's fillet knife was laying out in the boat, and yeah, I ended up cutting my big toe, and it was fun.
Yeah, I get it. I've definitely had run-ins with that. Just having an open knife on my boat has definitely not worked out so good sometimes. Like sometimes when I sometimes I'll bring a knife out to cut the bluegills in half and use them for bait. And I've definitely had the knife just sitting there open, and like a lot of times in the summer I'm wearing sandals, so it doesn't always work out so good if you don't close that knife.
Nope.
Like, oh, yep, that knife's still there. Yep, now my foot's bleeding.
It took us a good while, but we eventually
Luckily, it's a dirty bait knife.
We bent the chain link apart with a forceps because it's the only thing we had. It took us a while, but we got it.
I had something funny happen last year. I had those grips that hold fish, so you don't have to, like say you're holding something with teeth or a catfish or something. It holds them by their mouth with metal clips. And I was holding one up for a picture, and that thing freaking jerked, and that catfish went in the water with my grip still in its mouth. And I was like, that ain't good. I still to this day wonder if he's swimming around with grips in his mouth. Like he's either going to break off those things or die. I used them to hold a turtle one time. That was interesting. I just let the turtle like bite the grips and hope they held on, and they did. But a turtle, it's not like a fish. Like the fish, you can put the grips in the mouth. For the turtle, you got to let the turtle bite the grips.
Yeah, and they don't like to let go either.
You're not opening its mouth.
Oh.
Those things have beaks. I catch a lot of accidental turtles all the time because they like bluegills cut in half too, and they don't care if it's not for them.
We have a lot of snapping turtles up here.
They can kind of be havoc sometimes. Like sometimes I'll catch more turtles than catfish when I'm out fishing, and it becomes an ordeal almost.
Huh.
Because I'm in a kayak. I can't pull the damn turtle in the boat with me. They'll be sitting on my feet. So I gotta try to get the damn turtle off while he's in the water thrashing. And they have arms and legs and
Yeah.
a snapping mouth.
And honestly,
you
their
know,
arms and legs are actually pretty strong too. Like,
and last year or the year before, I caught one that was probably pushing 30 pounds. I actually had to take him to the bank to deal with him. Thank God I was in my John boat that day and not my kayak. It was still, we still didn't want to bring him in the John boat because my John boat's 10 foot long. He would still be at your feet. And he was of the size, if he got a hold of your toe's gone. So we took him to the bank, unhooked him, let him go. There's a video of it actually. He was a big boy. It was interesting catching one that big, but I still didn't really want it. Someone was like, "You should eat it." I'm like, "I've never cleaned one of those damn things. What do I need? A sawzall and a freaking pry bar to clean them?" If I have to use power tools to clean something, I'm probably not going to do it very often, if at all.
that's too much work.
It is. It just seems like trying to get the meat out of a bear trap or something. I don't.
I mean, it's just like, some people cook up crayfish or whatever.
It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work cleaning fish.
Yeah.
If you got a bunch of them, it sure is. You need like a 12-pack and a couple hours to clean them sometimes. That's why I went out and invested in a electric knife because I was just over and done with the whole sharpening it, stopping, sharpening it, cleaning fish, stopping, sharpening it, cleaning fish. So I just went and got the electric knife and was done with it. Now, if I get 30 crappies, I can do a crappie a minute or a panfish or a walleye, whatever. That still don't help me when I have to do 200 of them. That's still 200 minutes.
True. This is when you get a bunch of buddies together and you guys all do them at the same time.
Dude, I know one friend that knows how to clean fish, and me and him don't get together too much to do that, and he's the only one that would. Some of my buddies I've got to where I've showed them at least if I do the hard part, I'll let them cut the ribs out. I'm like, all you have to do is cut around the ribs. Just take the knife, cut around the ribs, and I've showed them over and over again. So I kind of just baby them that way. If I got someone that doesn't know how, I'll let them, because you can teach them how to clean the ribs. It's a monkey could do it,
Yeah.
All you have to do is cut around them. That's it. The hard part's getting the fillet off the body of the fish. That's the hard part. I just put 2 bags of crappie away yesterday or 2 days ago. And the
I
guy
saw
down
the
the
picture
street.
on
Yeah,
Discord.
yeah. That amount 20, that's nothing. I did that 20 minutes.
I mean, those look pretty good size.
Yeah, they're kind of
In
run of
the
the mill
picture.
around here. Yeah. I mean, unless you have like a can of Mountain Dew sitting next to them or something, you don't have any size comparison.
Yeah.
That's why I usually I'll put like a water bottle next to some of them. Like, well, at least you can kind of see what it is, or my hand. GoPros are and well, my phone pictures and all that, but GoPros are weird. You got to be like up on top. Give me 1 second. I gotta pee. Mute. There we go.
Oh yeah.
You just rent beer. You don't get to keep it. Usually by the fourth or fifth one, I'm pissing every 20 minutes.
I mean, once you break the seal the first time, like it's just game
I've
on from
heard
there.
that. And I think with me, it's just like once you get like to 4 or 5, it's on. Like it don't matter. I can hold it through about 4, and then it's time to go.
Back before
Oh,
I was 21, we'd have like a half barrel every single night. Me and like probably like 10 to 12 other guys, and we'd party every single night, and like everybody be passed out, and me and like one other guy, we'd sit up the rest of the night and finish the other half of the half barrel out by ourselves, and then we'd do it all over again the next day, and like, oh, I miss those days. They're fun times, but
I remember when I left Okinawa, I drank a 24 pack of 5th of Jack Daniels and a bottle of Mad Dog 2020, and then I got on a 17-hour flight to Ohio. When I landed, I was still drunk. My dad picked me up from the airport, and he was looking at me. He's like, "What are you, drunk?" And he's like, I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Did you get drunk on the plane?" I said, "No." He's like, "That was a 17-hour flight. How are you still drunk?" And I was like, "I had a lot of booze before that." Like, what did you drink so much for? It's because I got off that island, that godforsaken island I was on for 2 years. That's why. Hey, Tennessee. Sorry I didn't notice you. There ain't a whole lot of people stopping by right now. I ain't even paying attention to the chat.
oh man, starting to get the damn headache back again. Oh,
Yeah. I'll have
I've,
one. Well,
I've
no, I'm
been
only at
loading
4
up on Tylenol and ibuprofen, max dose of both, and just ugh.
I have a drill hooked to a 5-gallon bucket to auto descale, and my mom would fillet them, but lately I go out and get maybe 3 fish. Yeah, that's why I got the electric knife. It just makes it so much faster, and I exclusively clean fish by myself, so even more reason to get it. I need to either teach some people I know how to clean fish or get an electric fillet knife, and getting the electric was easier. I have to call my buddy every time I catch fish, like, "Hey, Bob, come over here and help me clean fish." Go screw yourself. I ain't doing that.
Time to get the kids involved.
Yeah. People are like, "Why don't you clean your own deer?" I'm like, "Because I'm by myself doing it. I'll take it behind my house to the butcher, and they'll do it in one day for $100. I'll still do my own fish, though. Well, no one's gonna, yeah, no one's gonna clean your crappies for you.
We should be getting our venison beef garlic sticks pretty soon, I think.
Dude, I live to get those the summer sausage with the jalapeno cheese every year that they do. It's a specialty item, so it usually takes a month to get. Like I usually get my deer back the next day. They even pay you $20 to come get it the next day
Wow.
as an incentive. They'll give you $20 back. Because I guess people like drag their feet about getting their deer back. I don't know why. Don't you want the meat? But yeah, people are like, "I'll get it in a week." It'll be ready tomorrow, sir. But
Up here, you gotta wait like 4 or 5 months processing time.
yeah, our processing time is 24 hours at the butcher. That's why I don't mind paying $100. But to do specialty items like what you just said, summer sausage, stuff like that, it's usually 5 weeks to get it back, something like that. Because I think when they do it, they get enough to where they make it in one big batch, you know.
Well, yeah, I mean, they got to fire up the smoker and everything, so
Right.
there's no point in running the smoker for one person if you're gonna run it partially empty. Like,
That right there is a skill to get that right. That summer sausage, that's a skill. And get it just right like they do. It's good.
yeah, I mean, I love summer sausage. I'm not a fan of the venison summer sausage around here though, because like I don't know what they're not doing something right, because like it almost seems like the meat's a bit soggy, and I don't know, it just gives it a
Yeah, it's
funky
not.
taste and it turns me off of it.
If I get some next year, I'll send you a link of it. You'll love it. I'll have to figure out how to ship it to you frozen, but
Doing the winter.
you'll get I'll send you some if I get a deer. You'll love you'll be like, send more.
That's the nice thing about
Good deal.
Wisconsin. You send stuff in the winter, you don't have to worry about it going bad.
No, that's true here too. I mean, especially if I'm sending it during our winter to your winter, yeah, it'll be
Yep.
fine. It's pretty cold in here once it hits November here, so I'm not one of those guys that usually gets a deer while there's still leaves on the trees. The earliest I've ever killed a deer is mid-November.
Yeah, I think our
So
hunting season is like the end of November ish,
you're allowed to
right
kill a
around
deer.
Thanksgiving.
You can kill a deer here in late September if you're using a bow.
Yeah, I know
And
we
then
have a
it
bow
goes.
season too. I don't know when it is though. I've never actually been
Um,
hunting.
it tends to be earlier than gun. Like ours is last week of September, and then our gun week doesn't even come in until the Monday after Thanksgiving, so it's a pretty big gap. And it's only for a week.
Yeah, sounds about
So
right.
just about every person that's a hunter hunts that week, because there's not as many bow hunters. To be a bow hunter, you almost have to have a stand of some sort or some kind of blind, which means you probably either have to know a person with land or have land, unless you got one of those what do you call it, those ready to go stands that you can climb anywhere you take it. That would be a pain in the butt though.
Yeah, you have to carry it around. Ugh, I don't know. That just sounds like a lot of work.
Yeah, it's like, well, I got to carry a dead deer and a stand now. I think some of them, I don't know. I think those ones that you carry around with you, God, they can't be that comfortable.
Oh, Bob's still awake, huh?
Oh, when we had TB bad and the deer herd out, early doe season was September. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we only get a week. Well, we get a week of shotgun, and then we get another 4 days of muzzleloader if you have a muzzleloader. Which I only know one person that owns one, and I borrow it if I need to. I'm not gonna ever go buy one if I could just go to my buddy Mitch and be like, "Hey, let me borrow your muzzleloader for 2 days." Okay.
You better be a good shot.
Well, a muzzleloader, that particular muzzleloader is a 50 caliber with a Bushnell scope. It's way more accurate than my shotgun is, and at a higher range. So even though it's one shot, it's probably a better shot than my 12 gauge with open sights. Yeah, people are jerks, Tennessee. TB. What is TB? Tuberculosis in deer?
Yeah, I
What was
think so.
TB? What is TB and deer? One shot, one kill.
I know they had like some kind of a lung disease or something. Where like
Actually,
if
Bob,
you eat the ones that have it or whatever, like you can actually get TB or whatever. I think from it.
I think maybe only Bob will think this is funny. But when we were in boot camp and our platoon was on the range, a lot of the guys in the platoon shot very poorly, and the drill instructors got mad. And to use the bathroom, or the head as they call it, we'd have to say one shot, one miss before we could go use the bathroom because we did so poorly on the range. We were like in last place or something. So our drill instructors were like, "It ain't one shot with one kill with you guys. It's one shot, one miss."
2 shots, no kill.
30 rounds, no kill. Yeah, that's what I thought. Tuberculosis. I shot marksman in boot camp, but I had a good excuse. Our range week was in a hurricane. So I got to shooting 50-mile-an-hour winds that day. Oh, 50-mile-an-hour winds don't affect a shot. Bullshit. At 500 yards, it sure does.
Oh, come on. You can calculate that out.
Yeah. Let me go ahead and make a 50-mile-an-hour call, 50-mile-per-hour wind call real quick. Latrine's Army. Every branch has their own little wordy words. I shot marksman in boot camp, and then I shot expert after that. Every time I went to the range.
Well, see, shooting in that high wind made you better.
Made me hate the range at the first time because it was raining every time we were out there. Like the whole time, it rained every day. I hated the range in boot camp because of that. You're just outside getting rained on every day. Didn't really care for it. Not a fun time. It was supposed to be like a lot of people will talk about the range in a good light because drill instructors treat you a little better and you are finally like, oh, I'm finally getting to shoot, I'm finally getting to do this, that. But it's such crappy weather. We didn't enjoy it.
Say, you've been hanging around Steve a lot, huh? You say top of the hour. We went to the top of the hour. We're at the top of the next hour, and we're already into the next hour.
Well, I'm going to have to stop this live at the top of the hour. I'm not going to the top of the hour. Right now, I'm at 3 hours, 44 minutes on the live, so I'll just go to 4, make it an even 4. My rifle scope is not 0 bull, so yes, usually one shot, one miss. Mm-hmm. God, I don't even know if I remember how to make a wind call anymore. I'm sure it would come back to me once I got the M16 back in my hand. But I don't know if I'll ever have an M16 in my hand again. I have shot one since I've gotten out one time. My buddy had a Bushmaster AR, whatever you want to call it. And I did shoot one. And I think we were only shooting like 50 yards. So obviously I was hitting the target easy. That's the one gun, though, I think one weapon I'm pretty good with on any given day.
I always thought it'd be fun to have an AR-15 with the flare launcher attachment. So of course, civilians can't get the grenade launcher, but you can actually, I think you can actually get the flare launcher for it.
The M203. That was a cool weapon. I didn't have the 203s. They would, which is just like a little pump on the bottom of your M16 that would shoot a shell, an exploding shell.
Yeah.
They only issued them to like so many people got one. Like if you were like contestant number 20, you got one. That's how it worked in here. Like it wasn't like, oh, Matt seems like he's a good shot with one. And I was like, no, the 20th person that got in line is the one that got it. It wasn't any rhyme or reason. SP1, cool. I am a little rusty with shooting, Bob. I mean, other than shooting a couple of squirrels and deer every year, I don't really shoot a whole lot anymore. I mean, I can still shoot. I mean, the fundamentals of shooting never go away. So, but as far as like competing on a high level, I wouldn't be very good, against people who shoot every day. Fortress: The Last Day of War. Is that a show, a movie?
Must be.
I don't think it would take me long to get back in shape, Bob. It's just, I just don't have a lot of free time to shoot. I don't have, anywhere I would have to go to shoot, I'd have to drive 45 minutes just to shoot. So I don't get out shooting a lot. And the guy who lets me in his woods doesn't particularly like us shooting out there because he really doesn't want his deer being, he don't want you shooting in his woods because he don't want the deer scared off his property. So he's pretty okay with letting me sight my bow in, but you don't want me shooting a lot of shells out there. I need a buddy that lives closer to me with some woods. Oh. The one friend I got that's got 40 acres lives almost an hour away from my house. Which I go there. .4,500 yard range. Wow.
Bob, do you snipe at 400 or 4,500 yards?
He does.
Be a pretty tough shot. It's quite the distance, isn't it?
He's a former Marine Corps sniper, so if anyone's gonna make that shot, it's him.
Yeah, that's one hell of a distance.
Ask him what the furthest he's ever shot is. I'm sure he'll tell you.
He's probably looking at me in the scope right now.
I mean, every weapon has a max effective range. You just got to know it. Oh, I don't shoot at any deer over 100 yards with a shotgun. But if you got a 30-06, a 200-yard shot isn't out of the ballpark, you know.
I don't think taking down a deer with a shotgun would even be that great anyway. Just, I mean, I guess if you're using like a slug or something, but I'd hate to have to pick all those little BBs out of there.
Now, if you're shooting shot, that loses its range. It spreads the further it goes.
Yeah.
A slug it doesn't have the range as a rifle round. Oh, we
It's
just
crazy,
went.
Bob.
There you go. He's shooting 4250 the other day. I'd love to have a weapon that could shoot accurately that far. That's crazy. I'm too poor to own vehicles, weapons like that, and vehicles. You're never going to see a Ferrari or a Bushmaster in my driveway. Yeah, I bet.
That's like 2.4 miles.
Do you have a berm set out where you shoot, or is you just have your wife out behind the berm pulling the targets up and down like back in the good old days? Ugh.
Surprised you're up so late.
I am too. Well, I'm on nights, so I guess it's not that weird.
Not true.
Weekend. Yeah, that's just kind of my schedule right now. And since it's my schedule every year, it actually gets pretty well ingrained into me. But like I said, I'm the only guy out of the 10 people at work that doesn't mind working for $3.50 extra an hour. So I don't think them idiots at work have realized that $3.50 extra an hour adds up over the course of a year just because the sun goes down.
Yeah, I mean, if you got to be there, you might as well make more money doing it.
Why wouldn't you want to make more money at a job doing less work?
Yeah.
That's what night shift is. Never had a problem.
I'll take night shift over.
Sometimes it's not
morning
less
shift
work,
any day.
and you're pretty much the commandant when you're out there. You're in charge of yourself on nights. There's no one else out there other than the guy loading the trucks and the guy putting the gravel in the bins. That's it. So for $3.50 extra an hour, I'll take less responsibility and less work. And you can put that in my bank account every year. Thank you. Please, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Cool, Bob. Yeah, flat ground. That's why it took them so long to go to rifles in Ohio. It's all too open. They went to what is that? Forget the word, the term, the cartridge you have to use in Ohio. I'm having a brain fart right now, but it's only a certain kind of cartridge you can use in a rifle. But I use cameras all along the range. There's plenty of woods behind my final target. That is. If someone does it, it's a trespasser. Cool. Yeah, I was just wondering if you did a berm, if you didn't have woods on the other side of it. Some people do berms, some people don't. God, why can't I think of the name of that cartridge? Ugh. 4 minutes, I'm gonna end it. .350 Legend. No, you have to use like, I think it's like handgun ammo or something in the rifles to be legal to kill deer with it. And I just can't think of the cartridge, the term they use. I just can't. I'm not thinking straight because I'm 5 beers deep.
Well, on the bright side, I'm glad that I remembered that you were live after my gaming session because it helped keep me awake a bit longer.
There you go, Bob. Straight wall cartridge. That's the word I was looking for. That's what you have to use to stay legal. But that might have been in Michigan for a while, but that's relatively new here within the last few years. So a lot of your guys that were using shotguns are probably just now getting rifles, because why would you have unless you're like a guy that likes to go out on the range, why have a rifle for a deer when you couldn't use it a few years ago? I'm sure rifle sales went up when they said you could use a straight wall cartridge. I just haven't gotten around to buying a rifle. I kill one every year with a shotgun, so hasn't really been a rush order. The Legend, yeah. I think a lot of guys do use those, yeah. A lot of Rugers too. I had a guy let me use his last year. Could hit the target dead center with that thing. And I was shooting probably with my shotgun on the same target. I was shooting, doing the same fundamentals, a little high and to the right, doing the same thing with my shotgun at that distance. A rifle is just more accurate. There's no doubt about it. That's why we don't go to war with shotguns. No. Benelli's for house clearing. But that's a fancy shotgun. Cool, Bob. I too am a legend in my own mind.
Legendary stripper.
Yeah. That guy'd take his clothes off for anyone. Just give him $1.
Give him $1, he'll go all night.
Yeah. Give him a Red Bull and a $2 bill and watch that guy go to town. $30. Yeah, I need to go get. I need to at least borrow a rifle to go deer hunting this year. Once I get that, once I go with a scope a few times with a rifle, it's just like so much easier than open sights on me anymore. I like having the distance. I don't have to wait for the deer to come closer. So
I
many
guess
bucks.
the closer they have to get to you, the easier they can get spooked. So
Well, I mean, not all gun laws are going to make sense, but I think people down here are just happy they can finally use rifles, Bob. Think about if you can only use a shotgun while you're up there the whole time. That gets old. Your distance is cut in half, if not more. Watch a deer from 400 yards and just dream of shooting it. But then again, people are really into the bow hunting, and that's more of a 30-yard, 40-yard deal. That's even tougher. You got to do a lot more sitting if you become a bow hunter. You have to spend way more time in the woods to get that deer to come so close you can smell it.
I'd like to get a crossbow for shits and giggles.
They're fun.
I mean, I can legally hunt with one too. So
I killed one the second year I went bow hunting. I killed a deer with it. Lower Michigan hunters are extremely happy to use Legend. Cool. Just give me something that can shoot 200 yards and has a scope, and I'll show you a dead deer. But like I said, I'm killing deer with a Mossberg 75 yards still. But I have to do a little more sitting to get a deer in that close. So I'm going to go, compared to a guy with a rifle, say he might go out and get his deer the first day because he can kill one 200 yards. He can reach out and touch it. You got a shotgun, you might have to go sit 7, 8 more times than that guy to get one to come in to your range. Yeah. I'd still hate to shoot one that far, Bob. Plus, you can't even see 200 yards. Some of the woods I hunt anyway, but if I'm at my buddy's house where I'm sitting over an open cornfield, that would be nice to have a rifle. My other buddy's woods, there's pretty densely packed. Might have 100 yards of visibility, maybe 90. A lot of guys wait till the corn comes off to even bother going deer hunting, so they don't have to try to hunt over a sea of corn. Yeah. But hey, listen, guys, I'm 5 minutes past when I said I was gonna kick you guys' asses out of here. Go freeload on someone else's channel. I'm going to bed.
It's about time. Jeez.
I'll play the song closing time, and then that's it. You guys gotta leave. You ain't gotta go home, but you can't stay here. You know.
All right. Well, catch you later.
Yeah, I'll catch you guys on the next one. Like I said, it might be a while before I have a next one, but maybe I'll try to do one of these a month at least.
All right. No pressure.
No pressure.
Then don't let it hurt yourself.
Right.
See you, Bob.
Till the next one, I'll see you guys later.